sì, infatti, adesso dei cose perché non ti dico. È andata? Come si toglie questo?
Andava, io ho visto un paio di volte era collegato, si scollegava.
So thank you very much, and I think we are ready to start with the public session. So let's go through this. Thank you very much for being here, both people who are here in the room and following us from home, both on the Google Meet for internal partners and for people that has joined online on YouTube. We had a few problems at the beginning, so we are starting just 5 minutes late because of that. But now we are ready to go live for everyone. So, 3D-4CH, we are here for presenting the first public event of the Online Competence Centre in 3D for Cultural Heritage. My name is Marco Medici. I'm the project coordinator of this project, and I work for Inception, a spin-off company of the University of Ferrara, who will be the coordinating institution of this project. Just a few words about this project before going into details and show you the agenda for today. The Online Competence Centre in 3D for Cultural Heritage has been funded by has been co-founded by the European Union. It will last 36 months, and it just started the last 1st of February. It is funded under the Digital Europe program. What we want to do? Actually, we say that we have a vision of excellence in the sense that we want to build on the most important projects that we and as a consortium, as some of the partners developed in the past, as well as on other initiatives that has been developed in the field of cultural heritage. So we try to bring together a kind of huge consortium for keeping on working on cultural heritage. We are building on the project 3D-4CH, Competence Center for the Conservation of Cultural Heritage, that ended 1 year ago, basically. We want to create a strong connection with the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage that's ongoing, and we want to build on the results also of the 5D Culture Project. Indeed, the 5D Culture Project was one project that has been funded under Digital Europe program as well. And we are also creating a strong collaboration with 2 other ongoing projects, XR Culture and 3D Big Data Space, that are also kick-offing their activities just in these days. What is our main aim is to create a fully online platform in order to bring to cultural heritage institutions, stakeholders, practitioners, policymakers, all the information that are needed for working in this area. We are also building on existing infrastructure like the European Research Infrastructure for Heritage and Science or the national nodes that has been established under 3D-4CH project. As you can see, the partnership is quite wide. We have 20 partners, 4 affiliated partners and 4 associated partners. I won't go through all of them, otherwise I think that public session should be dedicated only to partner background, but as you can see, we are representing a quite huge consortium across Europe. We have 3 key pillars in this section. One is training and capacity building, so we are going to develop training programs, online courses, in-person workshops, in order to bring to all the stakeholders the competences for working in the area. We are also going to build on the latest and most advanced technologies. We are going to exploit all the research efforts that has been funded by the European Union in the past years, and we are going to bring those new tools and services closer to our audience. For doing that, we are going to develop an online platform that can manage both training courses and the access to these tools and services. We are going also to have a special focus on Ukraine and on the Ukrainian situation. We have 2 partners that are coming from Ukraine, and we are going to build on several initiatives that they develop together with us also in the past. Just to mention some of them, we are going to build on saved Ukrainian monuments developed under 4CH. We are building on saving Ukrainian cultural heritage online. We are going to build on the Museum of Ukrainian Victory. And of course, also on the working group of the European initiatives to support the cultural heritage in Ukraine. Going into details of this morning, so I'm going to briefly close this introduction and welcome to all the participants. After that, I will give the floor to Rihanna Swinninger-Ladak, head of the unit, DigiConnect Unit G2, Interactive Technologies, Digital for Culture and Education. And after that, we will have 2 keynote speakers. Happy to have here Gert Verhoeven from the Department of Prehistoric and Historical Archaeology of the University of Vienna that will give us a wonderful speech about something that is quite hidden behind the processes for achieving the 3D. So it's called Mind the Gap. And also we will have also another super wonderful example of what we can do when we are digitizing something. So Antonella Guidazzoli, head of the Visit Lab, HPC Supercomputing Division at Cineca, will give us an overview of the project, the Isabella d'Este Virtual Studiolo. After that, I will give the floor to my colleague in this adventure of managing this project, who is Fabio Re Mondino, who will moderate the roundtable, the role of the Competence Center for 3D in the cultural heritage community, and Gert and Antonella will join that roundtable together with Andreas Georgopoulos from NTUA and board member of ICOMOS International. We will have in the middle between the 2 keynote speakers just one break, and then we are going to conclude for lunchtime at 1 p.m. Central Europe time. Then we will resume in the afternoon, still on a public session, in which we will present the role of the advisory board and the stakeholder panel, thanks to the intervention of Kate Fernie and Roberto Di Giulio, both partners of this project, that will guide us through the role of these 2 important bodies that will help us to reach an audience outside of this project. And I will moderate in the afternoon another roundtable that is called Synergies with Cultural Heritage Initiatives, in which I kindly ask to some members of the most important European initiatives to join this session. River Vai and another director of Europeana will be joining us together with Lorena Aldana, who followed up on the Twinit campaign. That was a wonderful campaign for digitizing in 3D. And so they will join us in the afternoon for that. So they are somehow representative of the efforts of the Common European Data Space on Cultural Heritage. Then we will have at the roundtable Xavier Rodier from the CNRS and project coordinator of the ECOS project, the main project that has been intended to develop the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, and Roberto Di Giulio as scientific coordinator of the concluded 4CH project will guide through also that project. So I think that having at that table 3 different projects so important for our European framework could be quite useful to create already synergy from the early beginning of the 3D-4CH project. Of course, all the members of the advisory board are also invited to join that roundtable in order to enrich the discussion. We are going to conclude by 4 p.m. this afternoon. So that's all from my side. I do remember that we are streaming this event on YouTube. We may have some interactive session probably during the afternoon, but of course we also have comments open on YouTube. So if who is following from home want to write down something and want to ask something to our speakers, please feel free to do that, and I will try to summarize those questions for them. So now it's time to give the floor to Rihanna Swinninger-Ladag for a brief introduction from the European Commission. Rihanna, are you there? So, just a second, we can't hear you. Just want to switch to the other laptop.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
There's a
perfectly.
kind of echo.
Perfectly, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, all right then. Okay, so good morning everyone from Luxembourg, and thank you, Marco, for inviting me to open this first public event. Just let me know, when the sound disappears or there's an issue so I can react quickly, all right?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Fine. So, as Marco said, my name is Rehana Schwinninger-Ladak, and I'm the head of unit, which is in charge of funding the 4CH 3D project, but more widely, the initiatives that help the overall digitization and digital transformation of cultural heritage institutions. So I would like to start by zooming out, for a few seconds. When we look at the world around us, and it's a bit, difficult not to speak about it. So the world is changing faster and faster to an extent that it is very complicated to make sense of these days. And in this current turbulence, our core values, our shared goals, and a common compass help us not only to navigate these very difficult times, but also to help strengthen the EU position. I'm not sure if you still follow me, Marco.
Yes. Yes, of course, we are following
okay,
you.
Okay, fine, because my connection is unstable.
Yeah, no worries.
So, all right. So, what is that binds us together in this very complicated world? We have an extraordinary, culturally diverse heritage. We have an incredibly rich history. We have a mosaic of historical narratives, artistic achievements, and cultural expressions. We have shared identities. And we aspire at preserving this cherished cultural heritage, not only for future generations, but also to make it accessible to the present generation. And I would like to recall the declaration that was made in 2017, it's already 8 years ago, marking the 60 years of the Rome. So I read, in these times of change and aware of the concerns of our citizens, we commit to the Rome agenda and pledge to work towards a union which preserves our cultural heritage and promotes cultural diversity. I think that in these times of change, it is important to really keep all our initial, principles really in mind, so that they can serve us, as a guiding compass. And in times of changes, more than ever, the political priorities that of the new commission that were published, and which are published since the 1st of December, they help us to a bit guide. They will help us, to strengthen our position. And these political priorities, they put a lot of emphasis also on the need to become more resilient, more influential, more competitive. And this brings me to into one of the most important priority, which is about competitiveness. So 3 weeks ago, the Commission published the Competitiveness Compass. The Compass puts a big emphasis on the digital transition as an essential element of our future. And the Compass underlines the need to accelerate sustainable and top-notch technological development that will sustain our future growth. So this Compass is structured around 3 big pillars that are 1, fostering innovation, 2, reducing the environmental impact, and 3, ensuring the EU's technological sovereignty. So you would ask me, how does it concern you? Why does it impact you? Because it is about ensuring that innovation drives all our activities, and by doing that, we achieve our goals and we create new avenues of growth. So first, we want to promote industrial leadership, technological leadership that help us to promote the diffusion of advanced technologies such as AI, such as data, such as cybersecurity, particularly for our industries, for our SMEs, for startups, but also for our public institutions. The objective here is really to foster and infuse innovation. And with our various funding instruments, such as the Digital Europe program and the Horizon Europe, the Commission is promoting initiatives that accelerate the take-up of essential technologies such as AI, general purpose AI, such as generative AI, such as 3D, such as cybersecurity, or extended reality with augmented reality and virtual reality. Secondly, by using these technologies more efficiently, we can reduce the environmental impact. It may sound counterintuitive, but it will help us to promote our sustainability agenda. For example, with virtual collaboration, instead of a constant, physical traveling or manipulations of objects and monuments at risk, or by avoiding silos that repeat data and the use of data over and over again, or by using more and more, research platforms, educational platforms that bring experts together to progress on some research strands. And the third priority, third but not least, given the current political context, which shows us more than ever that we need to be independent and resilient. We have to preserve and innovate with our own platform and tools. We must have sovereign solutions that are available within our endeavor, which is the data space. So I think somebody is saying that there are no slides. Well, no, I don't have slides because I want to speak to you. And I don't want you to look at slides, but I want you to look at me. So usually that's what I do. So having mentioned the data space, this brings me to our overall policy framework, which is the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage, which sets the overall direction of our work. It was published at the end of 2021, already some time ago, and we are going to publish in the days to come the very first progress report taking stock of the progress achieved by member states in these past 2 years. And we are working in the final details as I speak, and we will be publishing it really in the days to come. And there won't be any surprises. The recommendation on the Common European data space sets very ambitious targets in terms of 3D assets that should be made available. And the conclusion is that we are behind in reaching them. There is a first a milestone which is in 2025 and in view of 2030. So the conclusion is that we must accelerate the adoption of advanced technologies and leverage on them. What we see around us is that the world is getting more complex and more risky, and there is a lot to do. So we need to really leverage on these technologies, on these advanced technology. We need to make accelerated use of 3D technologies, of AI. For instance, we may use Gen AI to automate the cataloging of cultural artifacts, to analyze the very vast data sets for new historical insights, and also, I would say, to predict future trends in cultural consumptions. With 3D technology, we restore, we reconstruct with a lot of accuracy, like it was done for Notre Dame, which was reconstructed with stunning accuracy and beauty. And with extended reality and virtual worlds, we can imagine scenarios, for the different types of reconstruction and for virtual visits, for visitors worldwide, to be able to explore our cultural sites. And within this endeavor, the Competence Centre for 3D will be key to the data space ambitions and objectives. It is an important component in building the whole data space endeavor. Cultural heritage institutions will not be able to make use of 3D technologies and more widely of the various opportunities brought by advanced technologies if they are not able to handle them in a skilled manner. So I expect the Competence Centre to help to build the necessary capacity and nurture a digitally proficient workforce in this sector. And so this brings me to the next point, which is about skills. The European Commission is working right now on the Union of Skill initiatives, and the Union of Skills is going to be published soon on the 5th of March. It is not going to be about sectoral initiative, but it is going to be more generally about really building a momentum on the need to upskill and reskill the workforce in all the sectors. So right now we are working very hard to devise actions on how we can boost basic digital skills, but also advanced digital skills for the workforce. So really, I encourage you to really keep an eye on that package, which will come on the 5th of March. And in cultural heritage specifically, we all know very well, how crucial the needs are. So it is paramount to develop multidisciplinary training programs that bring together digital curation and cultural heritage. It is not enough, to make some webinars now and then. We need trainings, not sparingly, but systematically, in a structured manner, with a proper curriculum, for the cultural heritage professionals. We must have them in several languages in addition to English, so that we can impact a large number of heritage professionals and future professionals. We need to have good metadata so they can be cataloged. We must make them more accessible and find the right format to allow large numbers to attend these trainings. We need to make sure that there are both technical and generic courses addressing different learning paths. And of course, we must measure the performance and impact of these trainings, and not only in terms of assistance. And we have to do it all over again, following the analysis of such performance and impact. So to conclude, because this brings me, to the end of the time which was allocated to me, I have high expectations from the Competence Centre. I expect your work to enrich the capabilities of cultural heritage professionals and future experts in the domain. We must together facilitate the knowledge building, the knowledge transfer, and make 3D digitization and digitalization more accessible to everyone working in any cultural heritage institution of any size and any budget in the EU and in Ukraine. We are in together. And I would like to leave you with one sentence from the Declaration of Rome. Again, it is such a fitting, declaration in these times. So it says, we will pursue these objectives firm in the belief that Europe's future lies in our hands. And with this, thank you so much for listening to me without slides, and the floor is back to you, Marco.
Thank you very much, Ariana. I hope you can hear the huge applause that you get. So thank you very much for pointing that out. For pointing all the questions and pillars that you are talking about. I think we are really committed into that. I think that we already touched on most of the things that you were mentioning during our afternoon yesterday, in which we went through all the activities that we are scheduling for the Competence Center. So thank you very much for doing that. Just to not steal time from our next speakers, I want to ask Gert Verhoeven to come here on stage, and the floor is yours, Gert.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marco. Good morning, everybody. My name is Geert Verhoeven, and today I'm going to present the Mind the Gap talk. Now, what do I mean by mind the gap? I hope this will become clear in the next 5 minutes, and then I take you on a roller coaster of topics which some of you have been dealing with in the past decade, but maybe did not think about certain technicalities of that specific approach you were taking. So this whole talk, like this competence center, is embedded in what I would call the 3D datification of cultural heritage. So 3D datification is something that I think started about 2 decades ago, where people started massively collecting raw data in the terms of, or in form of unstructured point clouds, surfaces, or even volumetric data. And in this talk, I will be mainly talking about surface data. Now, surface data we can acquire across a whole variety of scales in cultural heritage. We can go from the artifact level to the site level to even the landscape level. And in this landscape, we can then put our sites, and in these sites, we can put our artifacts. Again, in this presentation, I will mainly focus on sites. Now, to acquire surface data on the site level, there are different techniques that we can use. We can use the very conventional total station or GNSS survey. We can use sonar. We can use terrestrial laser scanning. We can use airborne laser scanning. And we can use all kinds of imaging techniques. Again, terrestrial, submerged, or airborne. And it's mainly the latter that have become very popular and very common in cultural heritage, so that's also why I'm going to focus in this talk on what we call image-based modeling. So people consider it to be photogrammetry, computer vision, photogrammetric computer vision. All these things I consider to be image-based modeling. So what is the basic premise of image-based modeling, which we also call image-based 3D modeling, image-based surface modeling? The idea is that we start from geometry, from a certain object, which we do not know, okay? And then we bring a lot of variables into play. First of all, we have one or more cameras, which acquire photographs from one or more viewpoints. This object or the site is illuminated by one or more illuminations and has one or more specific materials. And from all these variables, we create then a bunch of photographs. And the magic of image-based modeling is that from these photographs, we then infer the original geometry that led to the creation of these photographs, okay? And so many techniques can be used to do that. Let's say in the past decade, mainly the computer vision techniques, structure from motion, and multi-view stereo have become very common in cultural heritage. Now, what do I mean by mind the gap? Is that structure from motion, multi-view stereo have been developed in the 70s, 80s, and found their way into cultural heritage at the end of the 90s, mainly by the work of Mark Pollefeys in Leuven in Belgium, who started using structure from motion and multi-view stereo. And then in the decades that followed until up in this very day, we have been focusing on making these two algorithms faster, more robust. And in the past years, we also started to focus more on AI. How can deep learning help us to get better, let's say, type point extraction, better dense matching? But in doing so, I think that we have forgotten a little bit the basics of where it all starts. So at the end of the day, we have a camera that creates images, and maybe 20 years ago, there was also not a lot of research about cameras and how they create images. But it seems like this gap is widening, like all the focus is on making these two aspects faster, and we forget a little bit about how a camera creates images and how this creational process can either help us or prevent us from making proper 3D models. So that's why I want to focus in this talk on two different aspects. I want to focus on one parameter that happens inside the body of a camera and one parameter that happens inside of the lens. And I want to show you how these two parameters, which we all are dealing with when we create photographs, can negatively affect image-based modeling, and also why I think there is more research needed on those parameters. Part number one. Part number one is about the camera shutter, okay? As you all know, the camera shutter is something that prevents us or allows light to pass onto the sensor. It is variable. You can set a shutter of 1 second, 50th of a second, 1,000th of a second. And the idea is that if we want to freeze movement, we want a short shutter speed. Now, if you want to freeze movement, this movement can occur in two different places. Okay, this movement can occur in the scene and in the camera platform. And in the cultural heritage domain, normally our scene is stable. Okay, so we are not dealing with movement of the scene, but the camera platform is almost always vibrating. Maybe not if you're on a tripod. If you hold your camera, you are vibrating. You cannot hold your camera perfectly stable. If you put your camera on a drone, the drone is moving. So we need to make sure that we get this vibration or this movement out so that our images are sharp. All right? Before we do this, let's consider the different ways that a shutter tries to do this. So camera shutters come in either a mechanical form or an electronic form. And the electronic ones are either global or progressive. I will later explain what this means. And the mechanical ones are either leaf shutters or rotary discs or rolling blinds. And the way that they are either positioned in the focal plane, at least the electronic ones. The mechanical ones can be in front of the lens, although that's not very common, inside the lens, behind the lens, or in the focal plane. And the cameras that we normally use today have either a mechanical rolling blind focal plane shutter or an electronic progressive focal plane shutter. Okay, these are the two common shutters that we use. So let's have a look at how they work. To visualize this, this is the front of a camera. I took away the lens, and this is the digital sensor. So as you know, every photo site collects either blue, green, or red. And the idea is that we have the sensor with a mechanical rolling blind focal plane shutter. There are two curtains, and when you start the exposure, one curtain goes down, and then the other curtain follows. So how does this work? Now, one of the curtains is down. Let's say we start a 1 second exposure. Okay. The curtain goes down. This takes about a 300th of a second. Then the exposure continues. And then the second curtain follows and closes. So mind two things. First of all, the shutter travel time, this is not instantaneous. This is a 300th of a second. Second of all, because the shutter travel time is also included, the final time that the shutter should stay immobile is not just this 1 second, but is this 1 second plus the 1/300th of a second that is needed to close the shutter curtain again. Okay, so if you look at the first row and the last row of our sensor, okay, we start the exposure. At this time, the exposure is not started yet. No, it starts here, and of course here it ends first, and then the shutter curtain closes again, making the total exposure time a little bit longer than the 1 second that we absolutely needed. Okay. So what does it mean if we have a 1/300th of a second? This means that as soon as the first curtain is down, the second one starts already, because it's exactly 1/300th of a second exposure time, and the total time that the camera should stay immobile is a 1/300th of a second exposure time, plus the 1/300th of a second that the shutter needs to travel down. If you go to a very fast shutter speed, you will see that we have a very small slit traveling across the sensor. If you go to a 5,000th of a second, you see it's a super small slit that is traveling across the sensor. Now, what does this mean? It means that every single row of the sensor has indeed a very short shutter speed, right? Only 2 milliseconds or a 5,000th of a second. Also, the first and the last row are very shortly exposed. However, between the starting of the exposure here and the end of the exposure here, we have a 5,000th of a second, plus this 1/300th of a second that the shutter takes to travel the entire frame. So the entire time that your camera should be stable is much longer exactly than this 1/500th of a second. Now, this is still relatively short, so unless you're flying in a normal airplane at 300 kilometers per hour, this normally does not create an issue. Okay? But keep this principle in mind. We are going to use it also for electronic shutters. And electronic shutters, they come in two variants, so a global and a rolling shutter. And here I visualize it as this. If the shutter here, if the sensor is a bit opaque, it's not active. If it's not opaque, it's active. So let's say we have a global electronic shutter. This works as follows. The sensor is simply activated entirely. The 1 second exposure ends and it's deactivated. This is, of course, how we would like to have our cameras operate, right? But this is relatively expensive to produce, so not that many cameras have this in place. Only the latest Sony and some Nikon cameras have this in place, but generally we don't have the global electronic shutters in place. Almost all cameras out there, let's say 99% of the digital cameras these days, have what we call a progressive electronic shutter. Okay? And it's progressive because you will see it will activate line after line, and when the line is activated, the exposure starts, and this line after line goes down row by row in a rolling fashion, or in a progressive fashion, hence the name. So let's say we want to have a one shutter exposure. with this standard implemented progressive electronic shutter. How does this work? We activate line after line on our sensor. This takes about a 25th of a second on average. Okay, so a very long time. Then the 1 second exposure ends, and line after line is switched off again. Okay, so this is a relatively long time that we need to do this. This is the 25th of a second, or 40 milliseconds. So let's say we have a very short exposure time of 1/250th of a second. Okay, this means that every single line is indeed very shortly exposed, but the total amount of time that movement can occur on your camera is not a 250th of a second, it's a 250th of a second plus 1/25th of a second between the first and the last activation of the sensor. So it's a relatively long time here. So does this have influence on the way we acquire images? For sure, if you acquire something that is very fast moving. If the sensor is rolling down while the bird is flapping its wings, yes, we get these artifacts. But we are not making 3D models of birds normally with this group of people. We are taking something that might be as beautiful, but maybe a little bit less volatile or a little bit less mobile. So how does this affect the 3D models that we make of heritage assets? So to show you this, I did a few case studies. I took two cameras that are very often used in heritage contexts, which is the GoPro Hero 11, an action camera, and a semi-professional Nikon Z7, okay? And the first thing that I wanted to find out is how fast do these shutters now really travel in these cameras, because the numbers I gave you are some numbers that are reported in the literature, but they are some average numbers, so I wanted to find out how really the mechanical and the progressive electronic shutter travel here. So the way that you do this is you set a very short shutter speed, let's say a 4,000th of a second, and then you try to find out how long it took to acquire the entire image. Okay, so I try to visualize this here. So we have a very short shutter, 4,000th of a second, and we try to infer this time here. So how do we do this? We have this 4,000th of a second shutter speed here, and we put, let's say, a blue LED that flickers at 1,000 times per second. And then we take a photograph, and you will see when we take a photograph, tick, 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 what happens is we photograph this LED 3 times. So this LED is flickering at 1,000 times per second, so every flicker is 1 millisecond. We photographed it 3 times, so it means the shutter travels about 3 milliseconds, so about 1/300th of a second. And so this was done for the GoPro, for the Nikon. We photographed this LED that was hooked up to a waveform generator. And these are the images from the Nikon, and this is from the Hero 11. And this is the mechanical shutter from the Nikon, and this is the progressive electronic shutter, also from the Nikon and from the GoPro. So what does this mean? Indeed, the mechanical shutter goes relatively fast, to 300th of a second. That's fine. But we are more interested in what this progressive electronic shutter is doing. So the GoPro is about a 50th of a second, relatively slow. But the semi-professional Nikon is a 1/15th of a second. So imagine this, between the first and the last line, activating on your sensor takes a 15th of a second. There is no photographer in the world that can handhold a camera stable for a 15th of a second. It's impossible. Good, so what does this mean when we start making photographs and create 3D models from them? Oh yeah, for the nerds amongst you, maybe there are a few, this is the speed that the shutter is then traveling across the sensor. Okay, so I have 3 case studies for you. The first one is a graffiti wall in Vienna. I'm a bit of a graffiti aficionado, so there had to be an example of graffiti in here. And the idea was the following. So I have 2 identical cameras. So in our project we have 2 identical Nikon Z7s, and they had the identical 20mm lens. And they were put on a stereo bar, okay? And I photographed with this setup, this graffiti wall. Why did I do it like this? Because very often when we compare different settings or different cameras, people take photographs and then they put on another lens or camera and they take new photographs. But what you're then comparing is very often a change in exterior orientation rather than in parameters. Right? So we have to make sure that when we compare parameters, at least the exterior orientation, which is where the camera is located in space, is at least almost identical for both setups. So with the stereo bar, I can more or less accomplish this. The only difference was this was a mechanical shutter and this was using the progressive electronic shutter. These parameters are not so important. What is important is that my shutter speed was a 400th of a second, so it would freeze any movement that I as a photographer would make. Okay? this data set was processed in Metashape, this data set was processed in Metashape as well, but in 4 different ways. It was processed without rolling shutter compensation. Metashape also has a rolling shutter compensation, which can be done in 2D or 3D. So the 2D version is called the regularized rolling shutter compensation, and the 3D is the full rolling shutter compensation. And some literature suggests that when you do rolling shutter compensation, you should vary the interior orientation parameters. So just not the Brown model, but you should maybe solve for a few more or a few less, depending on how much rolling shutter you have. So this was the 4th type of processing I did. So here you will see the overview. So here this will be the numbers of the mechanical shutter, and here of the electronic shutter camera. No rolling shutter compensation, 2D rolling shutter compensation, 3D rolling shutter compensation, and 3D plus adaptive interior orientation. So for the mechanical, reprojection error below a pixel, 20,000 tie points per image. No rolling shutter compensation, but with the electronic progressive shutter, hey, we certainly have more tie points, but yeah, the reprojection error becomes worse. When we start to compensate for rolling shutter, the reprojection goes down until it is at the end even lower than with the mechanical shutter, so that's a bit strange here. And then with the adaptive interior orientation, I can already give away this never changed anything in all of the data sets I processed, so you can safely ignore the last column. So according to what the software says, this is what would be the best solution, which is strange because we have the electronic progressive shutter. So let's have a look at the mesh. So this is a textured version of the mesh. This is the mesh with the mechanical shutter, so you see all is nice and good. There is some small structure because it's a sandstone. Look at the rolling, when I took the same photographs with rolling shutter, do you see all the artifacts here? Okay, and these cameras, they have exactly the same settings, okay? Now, with rolling shutter and 2D compensation, there is some noise going away, and with 3D, it's more or less the same, and with adaptive interior orientation, also more or less the same. But still, if you compare the full rolling shutter compensation here, which had better parameters than the mechanical one, you see that in the mechanical one, it's still much cleaner, okay? So, long story short, mechanical shutter always wins over your electronic progressive shutter, although some software, like Metashape in this case, has very good algorithms to combat a lot of the artifacts created if you would not have rolling shutter compensation. Good, case study number 2. What I want to do for the second case study is I wanted to switch the focal length of the lens, because the longer the lens, the more any vibration you have is magnified on the sensor. So identical setup apart from the lenses are now 50 millimeters instead of 20 millimeters. Otherwise, everything was identical. Okay, so same setup here, this is the same. Again, shutter speed was so fast that it would freeze all the movement I would make as a photographer, and the processing was again exactly the same. Good, so some numbers again. So reprojection error with the mechanical shutter, all fine. Now you directly see with a longer focal length lens, the reprojection error becomes more than quadrupled, and then it goes slowly down, but it never goes, let's say, lower than what it initially was. Let's have a look at the mesh, okay? If I want you to look at the mesh, I want you to look at this part and this part later, okay? Because this is metal, there is no structure in here. Image-based modeling cannot properly reconstruct these parts in 3D because there is no structure there. So you see it here. But you see in the mesh, this looks fine here. Just focus on this part, please, okay? So this is with the mechanical shutter. The next image was taken with the same camera, with the same lens, from the same position, just using another shutter type. That's how it looks, okay? So we can optimize this if we do rolling shutter compensation, okay? But still, in the end, if you compare the cleanness of this here, and you can also see here, with the mechanical shutter cleanness, you see again that mechanical shutter easily wins. So, yes, it can be compensated, but not all software have this compensation, and you have to make sure that you try to stick to your mechanical shutter. Last case study for this one is this very funny Wotruba church in Vienna, okay? And the idea here was the following. I wanted to simulate more or less when people fly with drones, they often fly way too fast. So I wanted to show what the effect was of a GoPro, even when you were walking at a very slow pace. So the idea was I photograph with this camera here, with a mechanical shutter, this whole church, okay? And this is my basic image network. And then I walk around the church, because here I was on a tripod, I was standing still, okay? Here I walk around the church with a GoPro, very slow walking, and using incremental structure for motion, I then add all these images to the network of the mechanical shutter camera. Again, here, shutters are more than fast enough. Also mind, the GoPro had a shutter speed always shorter than 1,000th of a second, so it would freeze any movement that I did when I was walking around. Any movement would be frozen. Good, so as I said, standing still, walking. And processing, the normal way of processing, and then incremental structure for motion adding to this. So let's have a look at the GoPro results. No rolling shutter, we see a very big reprojection error, and if we put some regularized rolling shutter compensation in, we see that the reprojection error decreases, but still it does not become very low. So just to make you aware of this, okay? I was walking very slowly, let's say 1 meter per second, so not even 5 kilometers per hour, at about 5 meters of this church, okay? And it does not matter if you put your GoPro on a 200th of a second, an 800th of a second, or 2000th of a second, because you want to freeze the motion. The fact that the sensor has an activation time between the first and the last line of a 50th of a second means that even in this setting, you will have a shift in pixels between the first and the last row of 10 lines. So the first row will start photographing, and by the time that the exposure is ended, even at the 2000th of a second, the last line is shifted 10 pixels with respect to the first line. Okay? Metashape or all these softwares are not made to deal with this. Here I did not want to show you the mesh, I just want to show you also how this, let's say, impacts texturing. And here I want you to show on these 3 holes here, and also on this small line here. So this is the texture from the mechanical shutter, so this is perfect as you would expect. With the rolling shutter, you see that this line here cannot be perfectly textured, but also have a look here at these 3 holes. So you see that they are slightly shifting, okay? And it's only when we are at the complete full 3D rolling shutter compensation that this is properly textured. And if I compare to the mechanical one, you see there's no longer a shift in the holes here in the texture as well. So I hope that this showed you that it's very important to know what type of shutter you're using in your photography and to take this into account when you acquire images. Good. Now, for the second part of this talk, something very short. I wanted to also give a long theoretical overview, but I thought there is no time for this here, so just keep it sweet and short. So the idea is here that when we acquire photographs, some of you, hopefully all of you, but I hope at least some of you, start with some basic calculations to say, okay, this is the end product I need, so I need that much detail, which we express in terms of GSD, ground sampling distance, and I have this focal length, I have this sensor, so if I need this GSD, I can be maximally that far away from my object. This is a very basic geometrical relationship that most of us do when we start taking photographs. However, in doing so, we are not taking into account that different lenses resolve detail in different ways. So what I wanted to do here is I wanted to photograph, again, a relatively difficult object because there is not that much texture. It's the Holocaust Memorial in Vienna. And I photographed it with 3 different 50mm lenses. So this is a legacy 50mm prime lens of Nikon. Okay, long time considered its best lens to be made. Then this is a more recent zoom lens of Tamron. And this is Nikon's latest 50mm prime lens, so it's, let's say, the best you can get at the moment. So here, the idea was, okay, let's photograph this memorial in exactly the same way. So first I photographed it with these 2 cameras, with these 2 lenses, again on a stereo bar, and this time it was on a tripod because I did not have a 3rd camera, so I marked the tripod on the ground where it was. And the second time when I switched a lens, I put my tripod exactly where it was before, again to make sure that the exterior orientation or where the position of the camera is in space stayed identical. And all cameras were used on mechanical shutter. All these numbers are not so relevant in this case here. They were all together processed in Metashape, and so here are the results. So this is the textured mesh, this is with the Tamron, this is with the Nikon 50mm, the old lens, and with the new lens. You see there are some differences, but it's hard to see, so let's zoom in a little bit, and I think it's best to zoom in here. So the differences are subtle, but there are some differences. So this is with the Tamron, which should be inferior to the prime lens of Nikon, the Nikon 50. But you see here, in terms of cleanness of these edges here, you see that the Tamron is a clear winner here. And when we go to the latest Nikon lens, the 50mm, you see that things become very, very much clear here. We can almost start resolving the lines here, which we could not here. So this shows you that although all three are 50mm lenses, we have never quantified in the scientific literature how a specific lens creates a mesh with a specific resolution. Maybe there are some people that have looked at MTF functions and so, but this is generally something that we are not taking into account and that we cannot really quantify. But it shows you that simply changing your lens, even though all the camera settings are identical, changes also the mesh that comes out of this. Now, as a kind of quiz to end this talk, I wanted to show you this. I hope this comes through via the projector. So this is the photograph of the Nikon, okay, and this is from the Tamron, this one. I hope that you can see it. It's not so easy to see here. The Tamron one is a little bit more yellow, okay, it's a little bit more yellow. On the screen, it's very nice to see, maybe not so here. Here, not so well. What do you think could be the reason for this? So, the same camera, same parameters, same white balance setting. Why can one image be a little bit more yellow than the other? Anybody has an idea? Sorry? Taken at the exact same second. I'll give it away. Let's have a look at the transmission of each lens. So I measured the transmission of all my lenses. This goes from 0 to 1 or 100. This is the wavelength. So from 300, oh sorry. Okay, there are some things not showing here really. So from 300 to 400 is the near ultraviolet. This we do not see. From 4 to 500 is the green band, the blue band. From 5 to 600 is the green. And from 6 to 700 is the red band. And this is the near infrared we also don't see. So if we look at the transmission of the Nikon, we see that it starts relatively steep here in the blue, and then it more or less stays at 100% over the entire visible spectrum. If we look at the Tamron, you see that it transmits much less blue. And what is the opposite color of blue? It's yellow. So pixels get a little bit less blue radiation, so the image is a little bit more yellow. This shows you that even when you keep your camera settings identical, white balance is fixed. If you simply change your lens, you will change the colors in your photographs. So this gives you some ideas about how many things are going on in a camera. So also when we want to create good geometry, good colors, there are really a lot of things we have to keep in mind. So this more or less concludes my talk. I just gave you some qualitative examples. I did not add anything quantitative, okay, because this was just a kind of first approach. I mainly focused on the multi-view stereo part, so I showed you meshes. And this was for two things. In the literature, you will mainly see comparisons on the structure for motion step, and they compare like the covariance matrices and so, but I showed you that even if the structure for motion metrics might look better, the mesh often tells a different story. So one of the things that I often do is I really look at the mesh because they directly can see some artifacts occurring. And yes, there are many other parameters I did not touch upon, but cameras can be very complex beasts, and if you want to make good 3D models, it certainly pays off to know a little bit in depth about cameras. So, my talk was called Mind the Gap. I hope that with this knowledge center today and in the next years, we can slowly start filling the gap. And if we then really start filling the gap, or just later today, we can also fill the glass. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Gert, for this wonderful speech. So we have a few minutes if there's any comments or questions from the audience, both online or here in the room. I think it was really, I mean, you showed us that there are a lot of things that are going on behind the camera that we do not know actually, and the risk is to create a 3D model without knowing that, and can actually affect the quality in the end. So thank you very much for pointing that out.
Thank you, Gert. Really nice presentation. How do you think we can consider high quality a 3D model?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think it's also one of the, likely the core questions of this knowledge center, right? Yeah. It depends on the goal you want to achieve with this. I always tell my students, if you want to, let's say, do fundraising and just make a 3D model and make a nice flyover video, I don't care about the quality, it should just look good. If you want to, let's say, quantify the thickness of a certain shirt or the volume of an amphora, yeah, you need to have a certain accuracy. If you want to, let's say, compute the thermal expansion based on a 3D model or some finite element analysis, you maybe need even better accuracy. So it all depends on the goal. I think it's very important that we teach also people that how you acquire data depends on the goal you want to do, or the goal you want to, or the question you want to answer with your 3D model. So to answer your question, it really depends on the goal. Maybe these images are good enough for a quick and dirty 3D model and have a flyover, but certainly not for any scientific analysis.
Since also the aim of the project is to deliver high quality 3D contents, I think that we need to understand the threshold, no, to define some limits.
Yeah, and it's not so easy. It's not just saying this is the threshold, right? I mean, in the SIPA summer schools and winter schools workshop, we were often teaching people to acquire photographs in a very specific way, which is already a big step forward. But then there are so many other processing steps. I take this 3D model and I run it through Geomagic Wrap to clean the geometry, right? But somebody else uses Rhino to clean the geometry. And the two ways that these programs will clean geometry or fix all the mesh errors is completely different. So although we have the same input geometry, we then have an output geometry, but what does this output geometry really mean? Because there are maybe, in a mesh of 10 million facets, there have 250,000 errors being found. Nobody of us is going to manually check how these were solved in this software. So this is another step that we undertake, but it's very hard to quantify exactly. You could then say, yeah, okay, maybe we should, but this is impossible. Maybe we should scan everything with the highest accuracy method that we have and then compare, but this is not manageable, right? For instance, we could scan everything with structured light. Let's say we have an accuracy with some systems of a few microns. But if we want to scan an entire painting, it's not every single scan that has a big error because this is in a few microns, but it's in the stitching of all these scans together that this error starts accumulating. So it's very hard. It's extremely hard to quantify. I can just say we have to do our best, and in doing our best, I think, is understand as much as possible the variables that we are working with. And I understand that we try to automate a lot of things, which is very helpful, but very often in automation, I think, is useless if the input data is not there. So I think there could be more focus on acquiring good input data for the 3D models.
Thank you.
I want to immediately say that I'm 3D profane, so maybe I'm making a stupid question, but I was wondering, what you're saying, it seems to me that it's super important to keep the paradata, so all the information that regards the way that you scanned something. But I was wondering, for example, I suppose that now AI is used quite often to optimize or help in building these 3D models. And I was wondering, is not this a risk, since usually AI is a kind of black box? You don't keep track of what is going on the line, and so which is your position in actually using AI to optimize or support the digitization, the 3D digitization process in this case?
I honestly don't have a lot of experience with AI because it's something that is so fastly evolving that I try to once update myself, but it's impossible as a sole researcher to keep track of everything. Let me say this, the software that all of us use, or that most of us use, are also black boxes. The structure for motion algorithms and metashape and reality capture, they are undocumented. We don't exactly know. But would this give us insight in how the 3D model is finally created if we would know the algorithms behind it? Maybe also not. So it's always a way, how do we find, how do we establish accuracy? And normally you do this by comparing it with something of which you know that the accuracy is higher of what you just acquired, right? But yeah, this does not make sense because we should acquire then everything twice in cultural heritage, and we cannot even acquire everything once. So this is a bit hard. Can AI help? Sure. I mean, I have AI denoising software on my computer that blows everything else out of the water. But by denoising, it could maybe also remove very small details, which could be important for the 3D construction process. And nobody is going to look at every pixel of a 45 megapixel image. So I don't know. It's opening a kind of Pandora's box, but there is no way back. Question is also, again, what do we want to do with the 3D data? Maybe if it's not for very crucial decisions, maybe it's okay to rely a bit more on AI. Let's say if it's for visualization purposes or just to have a 3D model. But if you want to establish a base 3D model, let's say we want to make a base 3D model of the Notre Dame, then we should really make sure that we understand every part of the process. And so I think there are different stages and different use cases of 3D models. And in terms of paradata, maybe something quickly that I want to say. I personally don't like the term paradata because we distinguish them between metadata and paradata. For me, paradata is a part of the metadata. And I think what is very important to distinguish about is the metadata of the digital derivative or digital surrogate and the original object. For instance, if you have the Mona Lisa, in the metadata of the real Mona Lisa, it says author Leonardo da Vinci. In the 3D model of the painting of the Mona Lisa, the author will not be Leonardo da Vinci. It will be Matteo, it will be Marco, it will be the guy that did the 3D laser scanning. So I think it's very important to switch, or to, let's say, have the metadata very specific for the digital asset and for the real-world asset. And the metadata for the real-world asset, this is metadata like paradata, which is a part of the metadata, also copyright metadata, all kinds of storage metadata, where is it stored, how is it accessible. So this is what I think is another important thing to keep in mind, because very often you see metadata with a 3D model or with any asset that is simply mixing the real world with the digital surrogate together, and then you don't really know, okay, what are we now talking about?
It's amazing, your work, and I think it's foundational for a lot of users that work with photogrammetry. So thank you so much, very useful. From a totally empirical point of view, we used to use the speed shutter at more or less at 8, more or less in between, in the middle. Because all photographs considered that it's more professionals are more. You can have a light diffraction going in too low or too high. But it's something that is also considered by your test, or it's more.
You mean the aperture of the lens?
Yeah.
Yes, I did not do it here. I have done many tests on this. The problem in photography is that everything is yin and yang. You think you improve one parameter, but you get penalized by another parameter, right? And aperture is maybe the most unforgiving parameter in all of photography. It's the most important and most unforgiving. As you say, f8 or f11 is often called the sweet spot because most lenses perform at best at this aperture. However, it can be with an aperture of f8. f8, for those that do not know, is simply a way of stating the relative aperture, so how big your aperture is in your lens. It could be that the depth of field is not big enough, okay? And the depth of field is simply something that we humans decided. It has no ties to computer vision, so it just decides, okay, what do we see as sharp and what don't we see as sharp? But still, some tests have shown that the quantification we use for depth of field correlates pretty well with what should be considered sharp in image-based modeling. So the problem is with f/8 is that if I photograph from something very close, so let's say I photograph a vase from here, f/8, my depth of field could not be big enough. Okay, so I have to go to f11, f16, f22. But the more you close down your aperture, the more diffraction starts to come into play, as you said. So at a certain point, the diffraction, so the individual image points will become so big that there is no detail to resolve anymore there. And this is also one of the things I have been doing quite some tests about. I did not show anything here, which I think is essential for image-based modeling, but there is almost no single paper in the literature talking about this, and it's absolutely essential. Yeah. But there are many of these parameters. Yeah, but then I would go on a rant for 4 hours, and I don't think that you want to have this here.
Gert, we have also one question from home. Photo Consortium is saying that doing the best high-quality digitization also depends on the budget and other constraints that cultural heritage institutions face.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
so-
Yeah, there are many constraints, right? But, I mean, let's say you want to make a basic 3D model, or a base 3D model, let's say the Notre Dame. For me, it's then not an excuse to say, hey, but I'm a poor institute, so I can only do an approximate model. Then it should not be your task to make this base 3D model. Because at a certain point, you have to also make sure that what is made is done by professionals. I always give the following example. Let's say you have to go, you need to have a brain surgery. And to guide a laser, they need a 3D model of your skull. Well, you say, I go to my neighbor that knows a little bit of photography, makes a 3D model of my skull that will then guide the laser, or will you go to FBK where they know how to make 3D models, and then you trust this to guide the laser. And okay, cultural heritage is not often up deciding about life and death, but still if you want to be serious about it, sure, budget tailors what we can do, but at a certain point you also have to know for yourself, this goes beyond my financial or technical capabilities to generate a 3D model that can be considered the base 3D model for X or Y application.
Thank you very much for pointing that out. I think that also, I mean, it's something that the competence center should take into consideration to give indication also about that. I mean, when we need to stop and not do the 3D model, or when we can proceed. Thank you. One more question? We're a little bit beyond the schedule, but...
Very short one.
No, no worries. Go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe just your comment on what can be achieved with mobile phones and cameras in mobile phones. To what degree can we get? Like just a general comment, maybe.
The latest papers have shown that we can get there quite far, okay? But again, it depends on accuracy. I would never, ever, ever take a mobile phone to make a high resolution or, let's say, high accurate 3D model. The problem with mobile phones is that there is so much processing going on inside that we are not aware of. For instance, when we were talking about depth of field, mobile phones have, because the sensor is so small, they have an inherent bigger depth of field than a bigger sensor for the same field of view. So what do mobile phones do? If you take a portrait photograph, it will artificially blur the background, okay? Because everything is sharp, but you want the blurred background, and there's so much of this processing going on that the picture looks good, but I don't trust it. And the latest papers that I've seen, they say that, yeah, we can come close to professional cameras. But my advice is, okay, if you spend €1,000 on an iPhone, spend €500 on a decent reflex camera, it's cheaper and your results will be superior. If you don't have anything else, sure. But again, it depends on purpose, right?
Any other question? No. I think that I'd like to thank you very much, Gert, for guiding us through this. So now I think we need to reduce a bit our break. We will be here once again at 11:30 to resume our session with our second keynote speaker. Thank you very much, and see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Is there some semi-transparent things that didn't show up? Yeah? Well. Well, yeah, I want to say also, so it was good for your question. I think it maybe.
Okay, fine. We are ready to resume our session. So now is, according to the agenda, now is the time for the second keynote speaker. I have here with me Antonella Guidazzoli. So Antonella, thank you very much for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Marco. Good morning, everybody. I have really to thank Fabio and Marco for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share with you the experience of these recent years in our visual information technology lab in Cineca. Oh, no, it's not working. That's okay. That's okay. So everything's working. Let's go. So here, just an overview about my talk. I would like really to share with you our experience in our lab. Our lab is inside a supercomputing environment, and it's a quite interesting point of view. And also, I would like also to stress the importance of the cultural heritage project also in a supercomputing center. And then I will go deeper inside Isabella d'Este Virtual Studiolo, that we think it's a sort of digital paradigm we can apply in cultural heritage. And also in this environment, we will see we can also add some facilities. We can also try to use AI in a human collaborative way in order, for example, to help the transcription of Isabella letters. She wrote more than 28 letters. So we really need something that could help us in making the transcriptions in order to make all this content available for research and for a general audience. Then, in the end, I would like to stress, but I think I can already anticipate my conclusion, having heard the previous talk and how you think to deal with your competence center. For sure, your competence center will be a key point in the larger panorama of AI factories, ecosystems in Europe. Okay, so Cineca, just a few words about Cineca. Cineca is a consortium of universities, or more than 80 Italian universities, research institutes, and the Ministry of Research. And the main aim of Cineca and our computing facilities is to make them available to research and also to technological transfer. Our supercomputing is now in this area, which is called Tecnopolo in Bologna, which is an interesting new area. We have the European Weather Center, which moved from Great Britain to Bologna. We have several important the agency, the Meteo Agency, a lot of new things are happening here. It's a huge concentration of big data competencies, and this area will host also the new Italian AI factory. So just to give you an idea about, sorry, it's here. I share with you this video. It's made by our lab, and this gives me the opportunity to talk a little bit more after it about 3D models and the importance of 3D models. So this video was produced in our lab, and let me go back to the presentation. And it was very important for us to create this precise 3D model. The video was conceived for the inauguration day in order to explain that this kind of supercomputer facilities are really virtual laboratories that can help research in many fields and even in the digital humanities field. But the 3D models was built on the design projects. We gathered all the computer-aided design stuff in order to recreate this, this model, and this is the model we use for our web application, digital twin web application for Leonardo, in which is targeted for system engineers and people who take care of Leonardo. And this is a sort of interface connected to data and also to AI tools in order to make a predictive maintenance. So here we have a sort of example of 3D models used with different, as the previous speaker told, the use can be different, really very different for different target users. So in this case, we found a trade-off between the communication purposes but also having in mind the application, the Leonardo digital twin application. Okay, so the mission of our laboratory is really this one. The idea is to use extended reality tools, virtual reality tools, scientific visualization tools in order to help researchers, but also these tools are very important also to communicate the beauty and the complexity of the research. So this is our mission. And during the years, we have carried on a lot of different cultural projects, paying attention always to create multidisciplinary teams and now we think that AI tools are really new agents, not intelligent stuff, but new agents that can help us also in our project. So just to give you an idea that Cineca started this path in the cultural heritage field many years ago. This is a first example of simulations, finite element simulation of a Giotto crucifix that was carried on in Cineca at the end of the years 80s in order to study this crucifix. And this on the right is one of the first rendering that I think, I wasn't there, but they told me it took many cray YMP hours to get these results. But I think this was the first lesson we learned in Cineca, that it was important to make our resources available also to the field of cultural heritage in general, and it was very early. Then another important project was for us the new electronic museum for the city of Bologna. And here, what we learned? We learned that working with historians, it was very important to pay attention to philological accuracy, to work together with historians in order to recreate good 3D models, and that everything should be connected to the historical sources, like in this project in which we reconstructed the Via Rizzoli in the center of Bologna, and it was, as you can see, there are no windows because it was the philological models. So it was quite strange for us to recreate such a space, but this was what the responsible for historical research wanted, to be really close to the historical sources that didn't tell us anything about windows or doors. So that was the philological model. Another important lesson we learned is that it's important to have the possibility to make technological transfer from one field to another field, and it was another interesting project in the year 90s in which, starting from CT scans of a mummy, we applied simulation that were ongoing about soft tissue for surgical operation. So here the idea was to apply this simulation in this field of reconstruction of a mummy, and this was an example of effective technological transfer from one discipline to another. Another important project for us was the talking monuments idea, the Certosa Bilton Museum, in which we experimented the importance of 3D space, like this monument, which is in our cemetery, which is for the dead in the first war. And here the idea was to being able to navigate inside this 3D model, which is still connected to all the biographies of the soldiers. So it was a sort of navigation in an engaging way and present and explain this monument that is very, very difficult to explain in other ways. So here I skip again to a video, and just to give you, and I will move to Isabella. Okay. So here, just a quick overview of how we have used 3D models in time. And also, for us, it was very important, the collaboration with the Fabio Remondino team. And in some projects here, we see the reconstruction of the history of Bologna, in which Lucio Dalla gave his voice. And here we have the little Masaccio looking at his town, designed by Arnolfo Di Cambio. Another important experience, starting from the digitization of the sarcophagus of the spouses, we create an installation. Here are our last models. And also we have a lot of application related to scientific visualization, and in order to explain what supercomputing is, here we are landing to the digital twin model of Bologna on which we are working. And this should be really a space connected to data and to simulations in order to improve the governance of the city. This is another project we hope that will be funded related to prehistoric. And finally, these 3D models can be used also for immersive exhibition. This one was one of our immersive work, starting from the digitization of an important painting in Germany. So this is just to just to give you an overview on how we have used these 3 different models in different projects. So let's move to Isabella. moving to Isabella Virtual Studiolo, I have to say that this is an ongoing project. It started more or less 10 years ago, thanks to Professoressa Diana Shemek, University of California, Irvine. The idea project is here. I show you the video in order to explain the concept of this project. For me, it's easier to show the videos so we can grasp the concept. Oh, sorry. Where is it? It's here. Stop here the video, come back to the presentation, sorry for all. So I hope this video helps understanding the concept of the project. The idea is to recreate Isabella D'Este's personal space, her studiolo, in order to being able to have a sort of Isabella D'Este Weltanschauung point of view, connecting in this space all, most of the data available, and because we have to know that now Isabella D'Este Studiolo is completely empty. Paintings are in Louvre, the bronzes are in consistorische museums, there are a lot of artworks spread all over different museums. So this idea of recreating a sort of digital twin of her studiolo could be a space that can help understanding better this important female figure of the Italian Renaissance. And I can show you in real time also the application. So the video you have just seen was a video produced more or less more than 6 years ago. So that was the first step in order to get more funds. And I have to say that there was a huge help here. I am on the website. If I can, may I? Hope it works. Okay. Here on idea studiolo hpc-cineca.it. So what's feasible now? Now we can move inside the space, and there are some features available. For example, it's very important, this time bar for us, in which we can have an idea of all the different artworks. You see here we are in this time. It wasn't, the paintings were not there, but we can move forward and see them, and we can look for, let's say, we know that there is a Bacchus, and we search for Bacchus, and we can move to the, and inside the Esparito. Why? It has disappeared, I don't know why. Search for Perugino, maybe. Okay, so we can move around, and we have this database that explains us everything from a scientific and critic point of view, and we can simulate lighting in different, seasons and years, and we have a map. So I hope this helps in just giving you the idea of this never-ending project. We can make measures, because in order to, this tool is used at the University of Irvine, California, in order to explain Italian Renaissance, and that's one of the goals of this project. But it's very important also to gather all the information we have from her letters. Her letters are not all, the transcription is ongoing with the help of artificial intelligence. I just end this sharing with you this framework we are creating in order to train open AI tools and help us in making the transcription. Let me go to the... Okay. Okay, here we are on this platform we are working on. This work is done in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture, and we can see, for example, this, somebody is working now. You can see people are logged. I can show you for a letter, show transcription, show full images. You see here this Lucrezia Borgia signature. What's interesting in this work is that all these letters have been translated and then validated by an expert, but the first transcription was made with the aid of the tools we trained. How to train the tools? You need domain expert in order to prepare the data sets. And we used TR-OCR, which is an open tool, and we try to tune and create different of these AI tools for different type of handwriting. So Isabella wrote more than 28,000 letters, so it's important to do this work. And let me show you another. Speaking about microfilms, it's ongoing a huge digitization campaign in Italy. So we will have more than a million of this kind of images to be analyzed, and we think that AI, together with the domain experts, can help in understanding better what it has been digitized. And just to, I think I have no more time, but I just want to end speaking about the AI factory concept. Now we are, as Cineca, we are going to have this Italia, which we will be a new AI factory that will be opened also for cultural heritage application, and also we hope we will work more also with artists, because we have also important experience with artists, and we think that the multidisciplinary could be very fruitful also for data scientists, in order to have new insights also in how we could use the AI tools. And I think that all the models that will be present on your competence center will be really a strategic content in order to create new AI generative tool to help conservation, to help education. And what's important for me regarding education, just my final remark, is that it's important to involve students and people in this kind of workflow we have seen before, to teach students how you can train an AI tool, to allow them enter in the workflow, in order not to be passive users of 3D models or AI tools. They have to enter in the workflows. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonella, for your presentation. I think it's been great to see what you did in a lot of different projects. I do think that calling it like just giving the name of the virtual studiolo to your keynote speak was just focusing on one single part, but you presented a lot more. However, I think that the virtual studiolo is a wonderful example for the Competence Center, in the sense that it shows us that 3D it is not only a way of digitizing existing elements, but it's really one unique point in order to access knowledge and connect around the 3D different information. And I do think that also AI really can help in that. I mean, you were showing that you can move just performing queries, and we can enrich the knowledge that is connected to the 3D model, just extracting new knowledge using also AI from historical documents. So it was really a wonderful example, and thank you very much for that. I don't know if there are any questions from the room, or from people connected at home or on YouTube. No question? Yes, indeed. Everything was crystal clear. So thank you very much, Antonella. And I think that you can stay here, because now we have the round table. So, now I give the floor to our moderator, Fabio Remondino, and I ask Antonella and Gert to come here to the table, and also to Andreas to switch on his camera, and I'll try to set him on the screen. Thank you very much.
Yes, the idea in the next hour, as you can see from the program, is to discuss with the three friends. You see two of them there, Gert and Antonella, and Andreas will show up shortly. The idea is to discuss the role of the Competence Center within the heritage community. Okay, so what is supposed to do this heritage center? This competence center, which kind of activities are foreseen, and how technology can support the heritage community. Andreas? Hello, Andreas. We don't. Can you try to talk? No, we don't hear you.
Okay, that should work.
It's not my fault.
Yes, now you are in.
Try again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Andreas. So, as I said, the idea is to discuss a little bit what is supposed to be the role of the Competence Center for the heritage community. So we will have 2-3 topics of discussion, topic of questions for the three friends. And the first bullet that we wrote is the role of digital technologies, including AI, including 3D, that we have seen a lot, including 3D modeling, and how these new technologies, that for the time being, some of them are still for specialists, but soon they will be democratized. So how can these 3D technologies support the heritage sector in terms of documentation, preservation, as well as valorizations? So
each project, the right people. Each project, the right people. And if one, let's say, one competence is lacking, all the projects will be not so effective. So I think that this kind of space should enable collaborative projects, should create new user use cases, new proof of concept to be shared, new success stories available in order also to democratize these technologies, and and also I think that we should really understand and make researchers and students aware of AI tools or the different kind of way we can interact with AI tools, because there are RAG, there are fine-tuning. We need in the future to be more effective, to create efficient AI, and this efficiency in AI, because you know there is a problem of energy consumption, and we need to target well our effort.
Yes, thank you. Gert?
Very difficult question. I think one of the key aspects in doing this is understanding also what we mean by preservation. In that, if we make a 3D model of a heritage asset, we never preserve the heritage asset, right? We've seen this also with the Notre Dame. No matter the millions of laser scans, the building was still burning down. So we don't really preserve the heritage. And people could say, okay, we digitally preserve. But we all know that hard drives get deleted, that files cannot be opened anymore. So I think in doing so, or this I think could be a role for the Knowledge Center as well, is to be very clear about terminology and what we mean by preserving heritage assets. And one way to then, let's say, if we digitize something, what do we preserve? We preserve the surface geometry of something. We don't preserve the wind direction of a site. We don't preserve the thermal properties of an artifact. We don't preserve the smell at the specific archaeological site. So this all makes a real-world object, and that's why I previously also said it's important then if we digitize something that we are also very clear in our metadata, this is not the real object, this is the digitized object. So I think this is a very important distinction. Of course, this does not answer your question yet. How could we use all these technologies? I think maybe one overarching point I want to make for these three questions is that one of the essential ways of doing this, or what I see as an essential role for this Knowledge Center, is also the dissemination of 3D models. A few years ago, there was a paper written by a group, I think, of Australian scientists, and they checked that all the 3D models that were published in the past decade. So they checked all the scientific conferences. And they checked then of how many of these 3D models, which were all done by teams that were going to preserve heritage, right, were still available for download. Somebody wants to guess? 4%. And so all these teams preserve heritage, right? But if even what they want to do is not even available online anymore, there is not really a lot of purpose to making just another 3D model if nobody can access this. So this is maybe a bit overarching of the three teams, where I think that the Knowledge Center can play an important role as a kind of aggregator. I know there's Europeana and all these other aggregators, but yeah, maybe as a kind of capacity builder has been tossed around, but aggregator of these 3D models, that at least people, technical or not technical, have a kind of hub they can go to deposit these 3D models, that they can at least be used to some extent. And then we could also think, okay, what are the metadata that need to be attached to it, so that people that want to use this are more or less aware, okay, it can be used for this or for that. And then the technologies that are used, whether or not it's AI or not, as we were discussing before, is maybe less relevant, because we know, okay, this was maybe cleaned by whatever, an AI bot, so it can have this and that purpose, but it cannot be considered the base model for this heritage asset. Yeah, these are just maybe some very incoherent thoughts, but it's a difficult question.
No, thank you. Remotely we have Andreas. Maybe let me introduce you also. Is, I would say, the pillar of photogrammetry, in particular for heritage documentation. He has been president of SIPA, the ISPRS and ICOMOS organization for heritage documentation. So he has a very long-lasting experience with 3D heritage. So Andreas, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, thank you very much, Fabio. You can hear me, I hope.
Yes, yes.
And thank you for the invitation, and apologies for not being there, but I had pressing obligations here back home. Yeah, I agree with both the previous speakers and dear Gert, who said that it's a difficult question. It's always a difficult question what you, how you can exploit an innovative technology that appears in papers first, and then it's democratized. And I think this word that you used, Fabio, democratization of technologies, is the key word here. Because, okay, in the past decades, as you mentioned, we have experienced a lot of made, you know, the traditional stakeholders for cultural heritage a little bit reluctant, and reluctant to accept. And okay, as you mentioned, SIPA and a lot of other organizations, and I think that the Competence Center should also take up a role like that, is to convince the reluctant stakeholders to use new technologies, but very cautiously, because this democratization or this usage and appearance of new technologies has opened a variety of applications, from accurate documentations to, let's say, serious games, to virtual visits, to a lot of other things. But in this process, we have people that are using these technologies not very knowledgeably. And I think this is a danger, and there is a crucial role for organizations like the ones you mentioned, SIPA and other official organizations, and also for the Competence Center that is going to start and work, that has to educate and convince people to use these technologies in a very cautious way. Because else we were going to experience results that are not going to be liked or, let's say, up to the standards of what heritage is requiring. And this brings another issue here, is the issue of ethics, because we have to respect the traditional stakeholders, the traditional people who take care of the monuments, being the ministries of culture or the archaeologists or I don't know who, and also the local communities, because we cannot just barge into a China shop and make a distraction. I think that these are some, as Gert said, some first thoughts on these new technologies in heritage, and some of my, let's say, suggestions that the Competence Center should take up some role. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. But to follow up on this, how could the Competence Center reduce the risks that you mentioned? And how could the Competence Center allow a better democratization instead of, you know, just black boxes? So what should the Competence Center do to reduce the risk and to avoid black boxes usages?
Well, it's a question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think that by increasing the number of available webinars, tutorials, open access material for people to get acquainted of the new technologies and the dangers. Because as Gert said in his keynote speech, there are a lot of black boxes around. And if you take a black box and think you are becoming a competent user of this technology, I didn't like to say a photogrammetrist or whatever, and you press the button, and as you already said a lot of times, Fabio, it's a washing machine that you sit there and watch the processing going on. I think that the only answer to that is education, is disseminating knowledge. And this is a role that the Competence Center should take. Did I answer your question?
Yes. Good point. For you, Gert, yes.
I agree with Andreas, and maybe also something that I think is lacking and where the Competence Center could have a role is providing very good examples. Because very often people digitize, or let's say the digitization itself is, or the digitization is the end goal, but very often we digitize something because we want to extract new heritage information, we want to do something with this, right? And I think we can accept better, or we can have faster adoption of these technologies if we have very good case studies, like here we have a 3D model, but look what we can do with this in terms of new knowledge extraction, in terms of dissemination. So very good examples that do not just say, here's the 3D model and basta, that's where it ends. No, this is just where the story starts, and this allows us to do many other things that we will otherwise not be able of doing.
If I may add something, I think that the Competence Center should have also a user-centered approach, and should provide sort of interdisciplinary mediator between technology provider in this field, researchers, developers, in order, and I think that the defining a good use case and use an agile approach could help in order to understand all the different personas, as the agile approach calls them, that can have benefit from this competence center. And this, I think, could enlarge also the targets and create really new products. I would suggest also to have artists working with the Competence Center.
And what are the, let's say, other risks that we should consider in this transition period where every day there is something new from the AI side, from the 3D side? So what are the other risks that in the next 3 years the Competence Center should tackle? Yes, Andreas?
I think that the main risk is to ignore all the disciplines that are involved. We heard earlier about interdisciplinarity, and you know that I'm a fan of interdisciplinarity, and I think in this process all disciplines should work together for the main goal. And this will make also the actions of the Competence Center more respected to a wider public, knowledgeable public. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I agree, because there are so many facets, of course, that we are otherwise missing. So there is not much to add. I agree there with Andreas. And in terms of the risk that we are running, I mean, we always have these risks, right? When GIS came out, everybody started to using GIS by just pressing the icons, and then later came let's say, the theory behind it and why we should use GIS in archaeology. And I think the same is now with this. Deep learning started to become a hot topic, so everybody started doing deep learning. I think there is no way of avoiding new hot techniques that come along and just see what they can mean for us. The only thing that I always want to stress is rather than just quickly trying out something, it's very important to understand this new technology and what it can do for you, but also, as Andrea said, all the dangers that come along with it. And yeah, this often means that you have to go outside of your, let's say, your comfort zone to maybe understand things, or that you have to understand that you cannot master everything and that you need to have experts for this. And this goes back to this interdisciplinary. If we then have a 3D model, for instance, from a building and we want to do something with this, I'm not the person to ask. You should ask an architect. Or a building expert, or a civil engineer. So yeah, in this way, I agree with Andreas, bringing in a lot of other domains that can benefit or that have a use for 3D models, I think is key.
Yes, and Andreas, you have witnessed let's say the transition from analog to digital, right? You are probably the best person to discuss it. And you are facing now also the transition, or let's say the entering into the market of this AI. It's a similar change, or nowadays we are more in trouble because of these changes with respect to the past?
Well, that is a subtle way of saying you are too old. Okay. No, I consider myself lucky to have experienced this transition from the old days of analog images and analog processing to today's, let's say, progress and impressive results. And with this experience in mind, I think that everything is welcome. Every new change is welcome and should be exploited for the benefit of the final cause, of the main aim, okay? So I think that artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, networks, and things like that are here to stay, and we have to exploit them in a way to advance our products, to make our applications, the field of applications wider, and in this way have the cultural heritage benefit from that. We should not rely 100% on AI now. For example, you had some problems with my, let's say, volume or sound. AI could not solve that, okay? So you did something manually. I don't think that it will solve all the problems. Like, similarly, SFM and MVS did not solve all the problems. Still, there are some agencies around the world performing photogrammetry in the old stereoscopic way, with digital images, but not automatically. So I think that every new technology is welcome, will be in the same toolbox with the others, and will be used cautiously by knowledgeable people for the benefit of the final cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any comment from the audience? No? So, another topic that is very important for the Competence Center is, let's say, the way that the Competence Center should act as a bridge between the communities. We already said that. So beside webinars, beside what was mentioned, what else should be done by the Competence Center in order to facilitate also the dialogue between the end users, which are normally more far away from technologies, and the technical people? So what should be the role of the Competence Center to bridge these communities? Gert?
Well, I think again that case studies could help there, because case studies let experts talk about how they made this 3D model, and let maybe people that did not make the 3D model but used it for certain purposes, let them explore how they can then use this 3D model. And if we have case studies that show, okay, in this way we can support restoration, or we can extract new knowledge, I think this can be a facilitator, because nothing is as clear as having examples, right? If people say, yeah, but okay, this 3D model, how is this made? Well, you have a 3D case study. What can I do with this? Look at this in this case study. So having very clear case studies, I think, can help this, next to all the materials on teaching and so, of course. And yeah, I mean, the main thing I think is what Andreas mentioned, is that there is very often a big reluctance for, let's say, some people in charge to accept new technologies, or if they do, they accept it because they want to jump on the hype train. And simply, I think, by showing where it can be beneficial and having case studies to show, okay, here, this was done in this way, and this facilitated this and this, or allowed us to digitally preserve this or restore this, I think this is, could help the dialogue.
Tonella?
I think that the Competence Centre should act as a sort of innovation hub spoke, really, in order to make all the different possible users aware both of the technological value of this kind of new surfaces, but on the other hand also of the value which is inside our heritage, our digital, European digital content. So I have the experience of our computer graphics school for cultural heritage. It started 20 years ago and still ongoing. And what we try to do, and it's very appreciated by students coming from different fields. And what we try to do is each year explain the new workflow we are training to set up, and the technology behind all these new workflows and products. I think it's a never-ending task for the Competence Centre to always present what's going on, and also it's very important from my point of view, being able to take the very good products coming from research, because staying in Cineca, I can see a lot of stuff going on, but being able to make it available in a short time to, for example, cultural institution. I think there is a gap among what's feasible even in the open science space and what is available to final people working in museum or institution. And this gap should be, we need to cancel it, I think, in order also to create something new also at a European level.
Good.
Maybe it's also essential to be very clear about terminology, right? Yeah. When we ask 5 technical people the difference between accuracy and precision, we will likely get different answers, but they have very strict terms. And when we ask this to the lay person, we get another 5 definitions. So I think for a good dialogue, you need clear terminology. And maybe one of the things that the Competence Centre could do is work on at least some kind of accepted terminology, some kind of thesaurus also. Okay, we mean this by this by this, because very often when let's say a person that is very technically inclined but is not an archaeologist or has not worked a lot with cultural heritage, lacks the cultural heritage vocabulary or the background to really understand what these people would need, and vice versa. Maybe archaeologists would not come to you because they also are not familiar with the technology and they don't know what we mean by exterior orientation. For instance, so maybe just working on, let's say, a kind of vocabulary, kind of common thesaurus that allows this discussion in a way that we know if we talk about this term, we really mean this term, and it's not something else that is maybe halfway related to this, and this could maybe help also to bridge this gap between the technical side and the non-technical side. But other than that, yeah, I mean, I've seen it very often. It's very hard for people that did not have cultural heritage training to really understand often what the goals are for the cultural heritage people, and vice versa. My students would be very afraid to come to FBK to ask you technical questions about photogrammetry. So yeah, I think maybe there having a common vocabulary or making certain terms relatively clear could help facilitating this.
Andreas?
Yeah, well, this bridging the gap question is a century old, I think, and this is a different gap that we are discussing now than the gap that Kurt tried to bridge with his excellent keynote, I think. So I would have some suggestions for the Competence Center to tackle this problem. Is firstly to identify who the heritage end users are, in Europe at least, okay, but also in other continents. And then start with some campaigns in order to explain and showcase the applications that are possible with the implementation of the new technologies. And finally, the third point, identify, showcase, and then the third point is lead the end users to the experts, to the real experts, or suggest to the end users that they should address their needs to knowledgeable experts to find their solutions. I think this is how the Competence Center could contribute to bridging this gap. Thank you.
So what you are saying is something different of what we did in the last years, because in the last years, in the summer school that we organized together, we were teaching students how really to use and to do photogrammetry. And now this led to the fact that everybody is a photogrammetric expert, right? Which is not true, of course. So with the new technologies, in particular with AI, you are saying that we just have to show them what these technologies could do for them, and then they still have to rely on the experts. It's a slightly different approach, right?
Yes, because there is also the third question. And the third question is about knowledge transfer. So there is the teaching that the Competence Center should undertake. But for bridging the gap between the heritage end users and the technology providers, then there should be, let's say, an information. This is an information gap. And this is how it should be bridged. I agree in the summer schools of SIPA that, as you said, we organized together and they were very, very successful. We, let's say, taught some of these technologies to younger people so that they would go home or to their countries and maybe, let's say, study deeper these technologies. We never claimed that in 5 days we made them experts in laser scanning or photogrammetry or surveying or whatever, okay? And I think we stress that to them, and we still stress in similar summer schools that you're not going to become experts. It's only, let's say, the first seed, and you have to cultivate that. But this is a different thing. Yes, it's a different thing. And so I think that teaching is in the next question. Or have I understood wrongly?
No, that's correct. So this brings to the next topic, which is the role of competence center in doing knowledge transfer. So we have a work package which is dedicated to capacity building, to knowledge transfer. So in which way, first of all, should the competence center give lectures or explain solutions and technologies to the new generation that we know that are quite different from us, right? So in which way should we teach them these new technologies? Because you have also a very long experience in teaching, and you have seen the different generation, how they have changed. So any suggestion on the teaching side?
Yeah, okay. Thank you for mentioning that. I have to say that over these years, 35, 38 years that I'm teaching photogrammetry, I never taught the same lecture the next year. So I always introduced something new, changed something, and gradually, from my first lectures back in the 80s to the last lectures in the 2020 whatever, there is a huge difference. I think now that the competence center here should make an alliance with academia, academia that is known for its, let's say, teaching these technologies, and organize together either online or physical webinars or tutorials or workshops or whatever, in order to, let's say, make or produce some new young people eager to study a little bit further. You can never teach an expert or produce an expert from a 1 week or 2 weeks tutorial or whatever. And this process is a continuing process. I mean, you should always teach yourself, okay? Let me have, and the most important thing is to, in this educational process, is to, along with the vocabulary that Gert mentioned, also the specifications. I know that the issue of specifications is very, very difficult. You cannot have specifications that are valid for all monuments all over the world of all the eras, but some specifications, some kind of suggestions of how to go about and do some documentation should also be produced by a competence center like the one that is starting now. I think that's for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Tonella?
I completely agree with Andreas. I would suggest to try to, working together with academia, try to facilitate cross-disciplinary curricula. I think this could be also a task, I don't know, for the competence center, and also promote thinking to also young student hands-on learning. So kind of schools in this, having in mind this approach of hands-on learning. And also one thing we have to teach is to enter in the mood of the continuous training and learning. We have also to teach that one summer school is not enough to be updated, and I think this is my point of view.
Well,
sorry, may I add also, thinking to the age of the student, I think it's important to lower the students in this kind of didactical activities, because, for example, I think that starting from high school, we are trying, for example, to involve liceo classical schools in order to help us in creating data sets for training the AI tools. I think that this could be important to lower the age of the students.
I think as much as it is important to teach people how things work, it is also important to teach them how things do not work or where things can go wrong. Because this critical mind or this critical approach to technologies is, I think, extremely important. I've seen it firsthand with my students where I say, what is the focal length of this lens? And instead of looking at the lens, they ask ChatGPT. And they come up with the wrong answer, but ChatGPT said this. I said, yeah, just look at the lens. So this goes extremely, extremely quickly, and I think, again, having maybe there also examples that show where things can go wrong or where we have to watch out for making people aware that they do not know everything, even if they think they know everything, right? So that they can more or less do a kind of self-reflection. Am I capable of doing this, or should I ask another person? Whether it is financially motivated or if it is technically motivated. So I think this is important to keep people just constantly aware, and these workshops are nice. Okay, this is how image-based modeling works and so, but then people go home and they have never seen complete failed cases, or they don't really know what can go wrong. So I think this is important, and I think as technology progresses, it becomes more and more important, because we see this large language models hallucinating like crazy. And I would agree that with image-based modeling, photogrammetry, computer vision, there are lots of good books. You can learn about cameras, you can learn about the basic principles. Yes, in the end you have a software that maybe is black boxy, but the basic principles you can understand. With deep learning, this becomes already way more tricky. The big deep learning models are done by 4 or 5 big groups in the world, right? Nobody really knows exactly what is going on there, so the only thing we can do is more or less get some training data, and even there people are barely aware that the training data they feed, this is what they will get out of this. So I don't think that we can completely cover the entire spectrum of technologies with tutorials, because this is just very hard to keep up. I mean, I think there are 5,000 new deep learning papers every single day. It's just an incredibly rapidly progressing field. But rather than maybe trying to make them experts or understand this, making them critical and aware of where things can go wrong and where they should look out for. I think this is as important as trying to make them familiar with certain technologies.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. And maybe one last comment. Is there something that we need to consider in the way we do knowledge transfer or we do teaching? I mean, with respect to the past, the new generation wants to hear or wants to get the knowledge in a totally different way. They are not any more interested in the technical things, they are more interested in pressing the buttons and seeing the results. So it changed with respect to our generations. So should we be happy and continue in this way, or should we also go back to giving the technical details behind things? I know, very difficult question. Andreas.
I think the most important thing, as Gert also mentioned, is to show the pitfalls of the technologies. And there are a lot of pitfalls, especially when you don't have control over what is going on. And in this respect, maybe a suggestion for the Competence Center would be to take initiatives and bring all parties involved on an equal basis together, and try to promote technology or technologies only where, when, and in the way it is going to be efficient and useful. So we don't have, let's say, a hammer and everything looks like a nail. If we have a nail to put it on the wall, then we will look for the hammer. If we can push the nail by hand, then we will use the hand. So I don't know if you got the meaning, but but I think that we have to walk together and cautiously. Thank you.
And for you, Gert, are your students interested in the technical details?
They have to. No, I mean, yeah, this is how I structure the course, because it's when you then encounter problems in the software, if you don't know exactly how the data were acquired or how the software works, you cannot solve these technical questions. And yeah, I always compare, this is maybe a bad comparison, but I always compare with the medical field, right? You can also not say here, I have here cancer, I go to a doctor, he was never really interested in how the human body works, but okay, he will have a look at me. You can say the same for digital heritage assets. Again, it depends on the goal. If it is to either this asset disappears, or we might have a 3D model in whatever shape or form it is for the next generations, then of course it's good to have something. If we say the Notre Dame burns down and we need a 3D model to, let's say, guide the restorations, of course you want to have the best possible 3D model there. So it depends. I think it would be wrong to say, okay, everybody that does not have the correct technical bagage or the technical knowledge here cannot participate in this community, because then you will lose a lot of people. But I think that at a certain level, if you want to reach a certain end product, you need, of course, to understand what you are doing. I think this is in all fields like this. Has this become more difficult over the years? Certain, but I cannot explain how camera calibration work in a 20-second TikTok video. This is so. Yeah.
Yes. Any other comment from the audience? Marco?
Yeah, just if there is no more questions, neither from home or on YouTube, just to make one more comment. First of all, thank you very much to Andreas, Gert, and Antonella for contributing to this. And most of the times you said the question was difficult, the question was easy. Your answer was really difficult to give, but you did a wonderful job, so thank you very much. And in the beginning, Andreas was saying that one of the risks that we have in front of us is to both helping institutions and people who are not close to the digital technologies to become closer and understand which is the benefit, and on the other side also be careful in preventing a misuse of these technologies. He was talking about ethics in this sense, and so I do think that this is indeed our role. From one side, working on education, training, capacity building, try to show both the good side and the bad side, in the sense that we need to train people in order to understand how they can do their task in the best way as possible. And I think that what you highlighted today will be of utmost importance for the next 3 years for our job. So thank you very, very much again, and I think we are just 2 minutes from our deadline for the morning, so I like to ask a big applause for all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if there are no more comments or questions? No?
And thanks also to Fabio for moderating this.
Big job. So thank you again, Andreas. Unfortunately, we cannot offer you the lunch, but we will be waiting for you in the next meetings of the Competence Center. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fabio, for the invitation, and it was a pleasure to contribute.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we will thank you also to all of you, and we will reconvene at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
È finito una protesta ufficiale. No, non un po' di cose. Ce l'hai, 2 minuti. Allora,
Because we are students, I went to. This morning they started to read. They asked them to stop because it was not intended to restrict the session.
Fa facile dire che sta cambiando. No, non so che sta cambiando. Sì, però diciamo secondo me c'è un potenziale. Può, però termini di
Okay. So, fine, ready to go. So, thank you very much for being here again, and we are once again live on YouTube, and so just let me jump into the afternoon session. So, for this afternoon, what we have on the agenda is to still have this public session focusing on, in this case, on the role of the advisory board and the stakeholder panel. So two of the partners, Carrare, represented by Kate Fernie, and my colleague Roberto Di Giulio at Inception will join me here in a few seconds in order to present to everyone the role of the advisory board and the stakeholder panel into the project. That will be the, let's say, the formal creation of these two bodies that will work together with the consortium. So we are not going into we will not go into too many technical details or technicalities about how the stakeholder panel and advisory board will work in the next future, but rather we are going to give some overview of the activities in which they will be involved in and how they can enrich the consortium of the 3D-4CH project. Then we will have a round table, as promised, about synergies with cultural heritage initiatives. As said, we will have Europeana, represented by Ari Vervaien and Lorena Aldana, the ECOS project for the E-CCH initiative, represented by Xavier Rodier at CNRS, and Roberto will remain here with me as representative of the 4CH project in the past years. And of course, all the members of the advisory board are free to join and can participate to the roundtable as much as you want. Of course, we have still comments available on YouTube, so all the people who are watching from home can, of course, ask questions to our audience, in particular in the roundtable, and then we are going to close and give you some more information regarding the project, and we are going to ask a feedback from you. So, I give the floor to Roberto and Kate for guiding us through the role of the advisory board and stakeholder panel.
Okay. So, good afternoon. Sorry for my voice. I have a very big cold. So we will introduce the aspects related to the advisory board and stakeholder panel. That is part of the research of the action, as part of the project, but we decided to include this presentation into this open session, this public session, because the role of advisory board and stakeholder panel in the project is exactly that one related to the open activities of the project now and in the future of the competence center. The necessity to take the activity open to work together at two different levels, because the advisory board and the stakeholder panel, as I said yesterday during the discussion, has to oversee the relationship between the action and the activities and the initiatives of the project now and the competence center later with a large panel of stakeholders and cultural heritage institutions. So about the advisory board. It's a body that comprises renowned scholars, both with and outside of the European Union, that represented a different range of skills and backgrounds. This is, I mean, that they are top-level scholars in the field of 3D and cultural heritage. And they played, the main role that they play is to provide guidance and technical supervision to ensure that the scientific authority of the Competence Center will be always clear. It means that we have to see at the large panel, large audience of represented by the stakeholders and the cultural institutions. But at the same time, we need to hold high the level of the scientific aspects analyzed both in the project and then in the Competence Center. These two maintain clear the scientific authority of the Competence Center. This is the alliance with academia that Andreas was talking about in the speech before. And and it is also the necessity to make the activities and all the services that will be provided by the Competence Center reliable and sure to be in the good level of innovation and science background. Okay, thank you. Okay. So the main key roles of the advisory board include the scientific guidance to ensure the high quality methodologies in 3D digitization, application of AI, XR, and everything the Competence Center will do in supporting cultural heritage institutions. As I said, to be reliable and to be a good guidance and a good reference for the cultural institutions. So they also will strengthen the global partnership and will enhance the training programs and empowering the CHIS with the skills and resources needed for advanced digital heritage practices. So the engagement, the relationships between the advisory board and stakeholder panel are also another key role in this activity, because they will align the Competence Center services, I mean in the future, with the needs of the wider CH community. And this is very important because knowing the real needs that not always are at the top level of the scientific aspects of the 3D in the cultural heritage is very important to make a sort of literacy, digital literacy of the large part of the cultural heritage institutions. And they also evaluate the service impact and usage of the service, the impact and usage of the services provided by the Competence Center, refining products, training programs, and priorities. And finally, they enhance collaboration among the cultural heritage institutions across Europe, fostering interoperability, accessibility, knowledge exchange, sustainability of digital assets. So, looking at the Competence Center, there will be, since the 3D-4CH project will be completed, there will be an establishment and organization of activity of the Competence Center. And there will be also an evolution in the structure, activities and support by the advisory board. We will see, we will discuss about the organization, not today because it will be part of the discussion to be implemented in the meetings of the advisory board. But what we know is and what we decided in the presentation of this project, what will be the structure, the activities, and how the advisory board will support the project. So they will oversee the quality of action, validate methodologies, they will monitor innovation, refine training programs, and will be the source of inputs for the stakeholder panels activities within the project. The working program for the next task activities and initiatives of the advisory board started today, because today we are establishing in the kickoff the formal constitution of the advisory board. We already have a group of scholars that include also, for example, some of the speakers that we had today. The members of the board, their role will be better defined by the end of July of 2025. In the next month, there will be an exchange of information and a discussion within the advisory board and the formal organization of the board and the roles, the governance, the roles of single members and so on. So the initial program of meetings and consultation will be proposed when the date of the first formal AB meeting will be decided, and during the first formal advisory board meeting will be also discussed the statute of the advisory board. We already provided the member of the advisory board, and the document is also available for all the partners, with a document that has been done both from the advisory board and for the stakeholder panel. And this is the basis, but it will be just the basis for discussion within the board for the statute to be approved and to be part of the governance of the advisory board. This is about this first third body that will work with us in the next 3 years. The other important panel is the stakeholder panel that will be presented by Kate.
Hello, everyone. And hello to everyone online. When we started preparing the proposal, we also immediately began to reach out to our contacts and our colleagues at different levels of cultural heritage across Europe. So we reached out to contacts in the ministries of culture, to different organizations who are involved in different domains across the network, so from libraries and museums, archives, heritage organizations, some at national level, others at regional or local level, some individuals as well. We also reached out to people in research organizations, creative industries, and to network associations as well, who are all working with the cultural sector in one way or another. It was important to us to be diverse, to reach to the different parts of Europe. We've expanded, it's wider than EU member states. We reached out to organizations in countries that participate in the Digital Europe programme, so that includes Ukraine, but several other countries in southeastern Europe, Switzerland and Norway, I believe, are on our list, and also to colleagues in the UK. So we wanted to be as inclusive as we could. This is our starting point, really. So we see that this panel that we've begun creating is something that will grow. We're conscious that we've got some countries who are missing. We want to make sure that there's good representation across different sectors within cultural heritage as well, to make sure that we're getting input to the project from different perspectives. There's a message about the microphone. Can everyone hear me okay?
No, they can hear you. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, we want to make sure that we get different perspectives from across the sector as the project develops its activities. So you've heard that we're planning to establish a suite of training resources. We're going to create an online platform where individuals and organisations can get access to knowledge, to materials, to guidance, to best practices, to tools as well. And actually we really want to make sure that the things that we're offering are well designed and usable by people working in cultural heritage. That includes some very small organisations who have limited resources as well as the very large ones. So there's a lot of difference across the sector as to what people find convenient to work with. We know from experience that there are a lot of different perspectives. There's a lot of value in 3D for different types of activities which are common across our sector, whether that's conservation, research, using it in educational instances, working with school children, young kids, older kids, people with disabilities, visual impairments, different kinds of even learning difficulties, finding new ways of offering touristic experiences so that you have extended reality as well as resources that are simply offered and made available in galleries or online or through didactic materials. So there's a lot of diversity, and we really actually need to learn from the sector what works for them. In addition, there's a whole strand within the project that's looking at tools, looking at some very advanced technologies where people are tracking the latest developments that are coming in around AI or other specialist kind of, I say specialist, but you know, I'm an archaeologist by background, not a technical person. So it's about making those advanced technologies usable by people who are in the cultural heritage sector and not limiting them to boffins or technical people. Forgive me if I called you boffins, but you know what I mean. As well as helping us to tune what the centre is going to offer, we also see the stakeholder panel as a way of engaging with people across Europe, reaching out, making contacts with new people, new organisations, new situations, making sure that the training opportunities that will become available get a good take-up, maximising the impact that we can have as the project develops, so that other strands within the work packages focusing on impact assessment, looking at the sustainability of the competence centre into the future, around communications and sharing information, knowledge, resources, and all these kinds of things. So we really hope that the network that we're building and expanding will help us to do all those things. As Roberto said, we have a kind of preliminary programme for the panel. So we've reached out to everyone, we've shared terms of reference as to what we see potentially as the role of the panel and the role of the members of the panel, but we need to get individuals to sign up to those ideas, so we need to get your feedback from that. Our aim is to effectively, this is the launch, the formal launch of the stakeholder panel, but as I've said already, I love these emojis that are coming up on my screen. As the project moves forward, we will be reaching out and increasing the membership of the stakeholder panel. We're already planning consultations involving our members, so we want to begin asking you. Work Package 2 focuses on training, Work Package 3 focuses on tools. So I think within the next few months you will be hearing from us, inviting you to give us your input on some important questions for us. Looking to the future, we see that there's a continued role for a stakeholder panel in a competence centre. We need to make that connection between the people for whom our services are important, making sure that they have opportunities to let us know how we're doing, how whether what we're offering is what they need, whether there are other aspects, other areas that could be developed, new services, new tools, new courses. So we need to continue hearing from people. So this isn't just a thing for the framework of the project for the next 3 years. This is something that we see continuing into the future. And I think that's all my slides. So I'm going to hand back to Marco at this point.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kate. So, before going into the roundtable, since we have a bit of time still, I'd like to ask to all the people following from home and on YouTube if they want to fill in this, if they want to fill in this form, if you can send over YouTube the screen so people can see the QR code. This is just a form provided by our colleagues at TMO just to collect your contact information if you want to stay in touch with us in the next years. So if you have been stimulated by this conversation that we had this morning, we are going, of course, to create more and more events, and so please give us your contacts and we'll follow up on the meeting that we had today. I will keep this slide a little bit more on the screen, and in the meantime, I'd like to ask to Harry Verweyen, Lorena Aldana, Xavier Rodier to switch on their camera so we can fix for everyone their faces on the screen. And so then we will be able also for the people here in the room to follow you during the round table. So here it is, and in a second I will switch to the, please, if Roberto, if you want to stay here with me. This mic went off, so just let's do it this way. So here we have Harry, Lorena, Xavier, and Roberto in order to talk about the synergies with cultural heritage institutions. So let me switch the screen for everyone, and so you can see everyone in the room. I hope so, at least, or you can see just me, but everyone in the room can see you. So good afternoon, Harry, Xavier, and Lorena. Can you hear us well?
I can hear you fine.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Likewise, thank you. Hello, everyone.
So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining indeed. So, let's try to dive into this round table with you. So, just for the sake of clarity, we have around 50 people here in the room, members of the project or member of the advisory board. We have almost between 20 and 25 people following from home, still partners of the project or member of the advisory board and the stakeholder panel, and between 20 and 30 people following from home on YouTube. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining this conversation. Just few rules. I will go through different questions to ask to our speakers, and we'll try to summarize few of the most urgent questions that we have about our projects and how we can collaborate in the most effective way as possible. Feel free to answer in the order that you want. If no one stands up for answering first, I will try to ask someone of you to take the lead. So, just a brief introduction, what we have in mind when we organized this public session was basically to have represented here in this roundtable three main projects. So the Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage, the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, and the Competence Centre. Competence Centre, let's say we can switch into two different main aims. We had a 4CH project that lasted 3 years and ended 1 year ago, was intended to create the environment for establishing a competence center for preserving cultural heritage, and now we are finalizing it like an online competence center, in particular on 3D specifically for 3D, for cultural heritage. So I'm sharing, because of that, I'm sharing the table with Roberto Di Giulio. As you have seen, he was scientific coordinator of that project, but also Franco Nicolucci is in the room, and he was technology coordinator of that. I do not know if Francesco Taccetti, who was the project coordinator, will have the chance to join us during this afternoon. If he will be connected, maybe he could also say hi to everyone. Harry Verweyen is General Director of Europeana. They are the steward for the Common European Data Space. He's joining together with Lorena Aldana today as one of the main persons who follow the 3-in-8 campaign, a super great initiative for our sector, and Xavier Rodier as project coordinator of the ECOS project that have to develop the European Collaborative Cloud. So thank you very much, all of you, for joining. Then I directly jump into the first main question, because it's quite clear to me that we have at this table the three of the major initiatives funded by European Commission and addressing key challenges of the cultural heritage sector. We are already collaborating on most of the topics. We do know actually that we have different aspects of the cultural heritage challenges that we need to tackle. But what I feel is that sometimes out of our consortium is not super clear who is, in particular, who is working on which challenge. And so I think I would like to take this chance for give also some information to our audience in terms of what we are actually doing. So the main question that I'd like to ask you is that looking at your initiative and how this initiative is working with the other, which is the main contribution that your initiative is trying to bring to the sector, and what is offering to other initiatives, and what you do expect from other initiatives that can provide you for maximizing the impact. So, up to you. I do not know if your speakers online will want to start first. Harry, can you take the lead?
Sure. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, perfectly. Crystal clear.
Yeah, it's an important question. I'd like to start perhaps before I start unpacking a bit how I see the complementarities between the three major initiatives, which is important. Perhaps start with what we, in this context, the context of 3D, have as our shared challenge. So I was listening in this morning also what Rehana Ashwini-Aladak presented, and I think the key challenge we all share, perhaps the data space in the competence center even more so than ECHOS, but I think let's look at this in the whole, is the bold ambitions of the recommendations 2021. There are many things stated in those recommendations. As we know, there's our soft policy that binds the member states to certain activities. But when it comes to 3D, I think we're very clearly seeing we're not quite yet meeting the challenge. To be very specific, it states in the recommendations that the European Commission and the member states would like to see up to 2.4 million new 3D records being presented through the data space for all kinds of reuse purposes, be it for educational, creative use, and so forth. Kate mentioned, I think, the most important use cases. The reality is that currently through the data space, we have about 8,000 3D objects at the moment. So that's less than 1%, and I'm being generous. So I think there's really a lot of ground to gain. If you unpack that a little further, I think we see that it's not perhaps the lack of 3D digitization itself. I think there are studies that show that across Europe there are about 75 main repositories for 3D, together holding about 26,000 3D objects. So there's quite a lot digitized. But the main problem we see is that there's an immense variety in ways of digitizing that material. There's no standardization whatsoever. And I think that is what creates the issue. The ambition of Europe is to not only digitize all that material, that's obvious, but we want to do that in such a way that we can make that interoperable, that we can share it across all the data spaces for tourism, research, and so forth. And I think that is where we have collectively our main challenge. How do we do that? How do we make sure that we develop standards, that we build capacity across the sector that allows that kind of standardized sharing of data? I want to add one more element which is not as often mentioned as part of the recommendation. It's not only about digitizing whatever we feel is relevant. There's a very specific mention that I think is becoming more and more important and more urgent in view of what's happening in Ukraine and across the borders, climate change and so forth, is the ambition to also digitize 50% of all the most visited monuments and sites across Europe, and all of the monuments and sites at risk. I don't know if anyone ever did a real calculation of what that means. I looked it up, and there's no record that I can find that tells us these are all the monument sites at risk. But I think we can easily say across Europe that adds up to hundreds of thousands of monuments and sites. So that's a momentous task that we have in front of us. I think we'll talk later about what kind of blockers do we all see, what are the real things that specifically the 3D Competence Centre would need to address in close relationship, of course, with ECHOS and the data space. But there are three I'd like to mention that are very obvious to me. The first, as I already said, is a lack of common understanding of the definitions of quality. What do we mean for quality for the reuse in restoration purposes? Think Notre Dame is an entirely different thing than the kind of quality that you need if you want to make it available in the virtual world. And we've seen, and Lorena will talk more about it in the Twin-It campaign, having confusion about that will lead to really, really big showstoppers for making this stuff available usefully. So that's one. The second thing is knowledge and fragmentation, fragmentation of knowledge and understanding of work processes and so forth. There are many people in the room who are much better equipped than I am to talk about that, but that's a given that we need to talk about that. And I think also financial support for 3D digitization and its infrastructure are things that we need to tackle together. So these are three big things I immediately would like to share. Then back to your question, how do we all complement each other? I'm very happy and proud actually to be part with the foundation, and many of the participants in the data space are also participants in the 3D Competence Center work. I think having a competence center and building that up around this subject is critical to deal with all the showstoppers I just mentioned. The data space, I think, is the environment where the deployment environment where the results of those projects and those efforts can be made available. That's what the data space is about. It needs to be a standardized way to make the data available, reuse in education and all the other sectors. I think that's what the data space is for. And I think ECHOS, Xavier will talk more about it, will be the perfect partner to help advance technologies, R&D, everything that is needed to advance the technological capacity of the sector in this particular area. So to me, that's sort of the starting point for this discussion, perhaps. Let's see the Competence Center as the place where knowledge about 3D, repositories about what we consider to be relevant heritage at risk would be accumulated. We can see the cloud and ECHOS is the place that works together with you to develop new forms and technologies to capture that kind of data. And the data space can be the place where we, in a standardized way, bring that to market, if you want. So, yeah, I think that would be my first take on the question, Marco.
Thank you very much, Harry. Super clear, super, comprehensive picture. So thank you very much for clarifying that. I think that is super useful for everyone. Xavier, I would like to ask you. So in this sense, Harry already gave a kind of comprehensive picture of the situation. The ECHOS project is quite new. Started not much time ago. So I was wondering which are the key challenges that you are facing in this context, and if you feel somehow already aligned and represented by the picture that Harry was depicting, or if we need to add something else to that.
Yes, thank you, Marco, and thank you, Harry, for this global picture, very useful for the beginning of this roundtable. I almost agree with this picture because we have already discussed about that. First of all, indeed, the multitude of cultural heritage initiatives, almost all of which are involved, at least at digital dimension, if they are not entirely dedicated to it, can give the impression of a great confusion because there is a lot of initiative. It's true that it's not always easy to find your way around, even if we are aware about the different kind of initiative. However, it seems to me that this should be seen as a great opportunity, as we have never had so many possibilities and dedicated resources to help cultural heritage stakeholders make progress in this increasingly complex digital environment, and of course a complex world. At each technological turning point in the past, initiative abound before, finding the right balance that will help to us all move forward. This initiative are, of course, more complementary are the concurrential. And if we know how to work in harmony and synergy, together we'll be able to contribute to major advances for our community. From this point, what can do on what is ECHOS in this landscape? ECHOS aims to provide the infrastructure for the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage. It is a basic building block of the Cultural Heritage Cloud, to which 20 Horizon Europe projects will be added to complete this European initiative. The Cultural Heritage Cloud will provide a digital ecosystem that not only gathers data and services, but goes beyond to create an integrated virtual environment for all cultural heritage professionals. The Cultural Heritage Cloud will streamline the creation of services and tools that were not possible before, either due to the lack of computing or storage, the lack of infrastructure, or due to the lack of synergy between communities, developers and researchers. So with this project, this is a new opportunity to build these synergies. Furthermore, by creating a digital commons for cultural heritage, we aim to move from the mere digitization of heritage to more focused narrative and holistic approach that integrates to often disparate existing knowledge, I say Ari before, of heritage assets, whether tangible or intangible. This digital environment will help make existing data more readily accessible and create new collective knowledge. As a community needs-driven socio-technical environment, the cloud will rely on several existing infrastructure or initiatives. The data space for cultural heritage will be a key partner for accessing specific kinds of data and metadata on cultural heritage. Other data space from related sectors such as tourism will follow. The key distribution along with complementarity data sources from research infrastructure, including IRIS, like such as Daria, Clarin, or IRIS, will fuel the creation, maintenance, and evolution of heritage digital twins. Digital twins will capture, process knowledge and primary data on cultural heritage. So we are also launching a cascading grants aimed at all cultural heritage communities, cultural heritage institutions, in order to encourage synergies. Finally, we are already in contact with a dozen and other projects which we need to establish the modality of cooperation with Cultural Heritage Cloud. The relationships with the 3D-4CH is, of course, to be favored on the one hand, the insertion of the services in the cloud, and on the other hand, the mobilization of communities with capacity building. I think that probably the meeting point or the main meeting point of our three initiatives here today is, apart from cultural heritage itself, of course, is probably the involvement of communities through the capacity or different capacity building actions. So maybe it's here around the question of communities and the multiplicity of communities on cultural heritage the main challenges.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Xavier. Yes, I do agree with you, and I also would like to thank you, both Ari and Xavier, also for showing us that there is even more beyond what we are developing. I mean, both of you were mentioning also the collaboration with other data spaces. So this is of utmost importance. And I want also to recall the fact that while 3D-4CH will be indeed a competence center specifically intended for 3D, of course, both the data space and the European Collaborative Cloud are tackling 3D as one of the key challenges, not the main one, but that was also one of the key challenges that we tackled in the 4CH project, because was not only limited to the creation of 3D, it has a strong focus on 3D as the data space has, as the collaborative cloud we probably have on a specific focus on 3D. So among those initiatives also 4CH tried to understand which was the bigger picture of that and trying to understand how to collaborate with others. So I would like to ask Roberto to build on that and follow up on the original question.
Yes, thank you. We are talking about, in this case, of a project that has been completed at the end of 2023, and now is in the condition that we will face after the 3 years. It's different because we have to deploy. In that case, the 4CH project aimed to establish the structure, the idea, the approach, the main activities and the role that the Competence Center for Cultural Heritage should play in Europe. So we can talk about a sort of legacy that we can take from the outcomes of 4CH, because, as I said, this has been completed, it's going on with the construction of contact points in all Europe. We already have some contact points that are working for continuing the target, the goal of the 4CH project that was related to a wider fields of activities that was related also to the conservation in the not only related to the 3D technologies. So I think that we can start from the main outcomes that will be very important for our project and that will be part of the deployment that this project is asked to do. I try to summarize something. If something is missing, I ask Franco to add something in the discussion. But I think that we can summarize in some points some important things that we have done in that project. The first thing that is directly related to the activity that 3D-4CH will face in the next 3 years is the definition of standards of quality. Standards of quality of the 3D assets, the 3D assets to be implemented as new, the 3D assets to save, to reuse. But I think that we will come back on this point later. The definition of standards is something that has been developed, implemented, and completed, and can be the basis for our work, and is currently the basis for other applications that we are working on within the same group and with initiatives that has been taken during the 4CH project. And the standardization is very important because it's related to the definition of quality. We was discussing before about the quality, and the quality is a very critical point because it's the need of quality and the feasible and affordable quality that we can get. But as Gerd said, is very important, because otherwise we can take information directly from ChatGPT, because there was not any needs of reliability. But in this case, we have to be reliable. Another point is the new technologies. We have done a big work about the state of the art in the technologies that are also related to 3D, and I think that we will take a lot of things from the outcomes in this field. We have a very rich set of reports and deliverables from 4CH that can be the basis for our work. Another important point that has been implemented, studied, analyzed, and applied is the training activities and the capacity building activities. We have worked on that. 4CH dedicated part of its work on the training project, the training activities and training programs. But what is important is some initiatives that we have done, but the most important things, I think, is the experience of Twinit. Twinit gave us the possibility to apply the competence center role in a very important initiative like as Twinit has been, cooperating with initiatives, implementing a set of webinars that again can be a reference, can be materials that would be very important for our work in the training activities in 3D-4CH. And we tried and we applied the concept and approach in the training activities of the Competence Center in these webinars, and we had a very, very important opportunity to test how it works and to test it in the real world, because we applied it, we prepared the webinars, and the webinars is still available, and Europeana post-produced it very well, the results. But we applied it and we provided them as well as a competence center had to do. So this is an experience, is both materials, but also a very rich experience that we can use and that we will use. Last but not least, and probably I'm missing some other things, but is the action of the competence center in supporting cultural institution, as we said in talking about the advisory board, but also initiatives related to the contingencies, to the to face what happens in the world in the cultural heritage conservation and safeguard and valorization. And also, again, in this case, we implemented a very important initiatives that gave us a very interesting experience. That was some experience. Some was Save Ukrainian Monuments. We have some, our partners in this project cooperated with 4CH in the implementation of the initiative, and we collected a lot of assets and working with Ukrainian institutions that's working with Pixelated. We made a very rich experience. Having the opportunity to test what the cultural competence center had to do, and we tried to apply the working methods that we were implementing in the field. And I think that these experiences done in the real world are the very important legacy that we can take from 4CH. But also a mess of documentation that is a very important basis to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto. And I think that what it comes out from this first round of questions is really something that stands out, like we have 3, 4, or multiple initiatives that are really complementary. I see that Harry has his hand raised. Please, Harry. I was in the phase to asking Lorena to say something more about Twin It, but please go ahead.
Okay. We'll come to that in a second. I was just maybe wanted to reflect on what Roberto said. I think what I really appreciated about the 4CH project was that it was able to be flexible when needed. So we launched a Twin It campaign at some point over the past 18 months, and very quickly the 4CH consortium offered to create these webinars, and I think that worked really, really well. I want to say more about Twin It, but I'd like to say something else about capacity building and training. Both Xavier and others have said how important it is, and I fully agree. I think one of the challenges Europe sees is the professionals in our sector need to be upskilled, as they say, very quickly to be able to deal with these kinds of things. I think we really need to up our game here. And what I mean by that is this, is that at Europeana we've been doing capacity building activities for a long time. It could range from a webinar or a cafe. You bring people together around an important subject, and that's great. And I think that's still important. But to really move the needle on upskilling, I think we're learning that we need to think of training in a different way. Training really needs to be either self-paced or instructor-led. It needs to follow a very comprehensible didactical format that you can follow. And the more we can make that consistent across the 3 initiatives, so that a professional might go to any of our platforms and find training in similar formats, it's recognizable, almost to the level of branding, I think would really make a big difference. I think that's when we'll really be able to reach scale across our sector. And that's why I'm very excited. Europeana is now involved in the 3D-4CH project also to help develop a certification process. I think to me that is sort of the top of the line of the training efforts, if we can really get the certification. And with a grade level, you're a beginner, advanced, super user kind of thing, using the power of the communities that we have collectively as a source of knowledge, but also as our core market for people to train. That's where I think we'll have a lot of leverage and do something really interesting. Back to you, Marco. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Harry. And I also think that I think we lost Harry. Yeah, I think he will join shortly once again.
Yeah, there he is. He's back.
Okay, he's back again. Perfect. So Harry, we lost you for a second. Okay. Thank you very much, actually, Harry, for pointing out that. And let me restore that you are on the screen somehow. And yeah. So just to say that I of course I do agree that the main added value of working in that way, in the strategy that you are describing, Gary, for sure. I think that, as you said, flexibility is one of the key terms here, reacting really quickly to new challenges, for achieving new goals. And allow me to say that the experience of Twinit was indeed amazing. And I saw that Lorena already copy-pasted in the chat the link for accessing all the webinars that Roberto was talking about. I took the freedom of copy-paste also on the YouTube channel in order to give also to the audience to look at those resources. We were talking about Twinit indeed in several of our speeches, and so Harry mentioned at the beginning, Roberto built more on that. Before jumping into a second question, I really like to ask if we can have a kind of overview of Twinit in this context. So if Lorena, if you want to add something more on that and help us understanding what Twinit was and describing it a little bit better, it would be great also, because then we can also build on that for our next questions.
Yes, thank you. With great pleasure, and hello everyone in Trento and online. So indeed, the Twinit campaign has been mentioned a couple of times. I'm very happy about that, and I'm happy to be here as well with you to share a bit more on our experience in deploying this campaign. So let me just share with you what Twinit was all about, in case you're not familiar with it yet. So Twinit was a year-long campaign by the European Commission, the European Initiative, in partnership with the three rotating presidencies, Sweden, Spain, and culminating under the Belgian presidency in May last year. And it was really an awareness-raising exercise. So we wanted to demonstrate the value of 3D digitization. We wanted to create a shared sense of purpose around the recommendations and the objectives and quantitative targets of the 2021 recommendation. And we also wanted to support member states in their 3D digitization and preservation efforts. So the ask of the campaign was really simple. We were inviting all member states, so all ministries in charge of culture, to work with their cultural heritage institutions and submit at least one high-quality 3D digitized heritage asset to the database. So that was it, and the result was very promising. We had all 27 EU member states joining, participating in the campaign, and we also had an additional guest country, which was Albania. We collected a total of 37 3D models. This is because some member states submitted more than one. Some member states even up to 4 or 5, like the case of Cyprus, for example. And you might ask, what is 37 assets in compared to the millions that the recommendation is aiming at? But we really wanted to ignite change and to spark, let's say, to start a process, in the sense we could see this asset as the very first one of many and of a larger effort as well. Of course, this campaign was supported by other activities, updating our frameworks for 3D and so on, but this was really the tip of the iceberg, let's say, and a very visible exercise. So throughout the campaign, we also provided capacity building and tailored support to member states. You mentioned already, Roberto mentioned the webinars with the 4CH. So we partnered with 4CH to develop a series of 5 webinars covering the whole 3D digitization workflow. And we also partnered with 4CH to provide ad hoc support to member states. So for instance, colleagues in Luxembourg had issues with their 3D assets, so we put them in touch with colleagues at 4CH to find solutions and so on. So it was really personalized, and it really worked in that way. And we could see that it created excitement in the sector, in the professional community, but it also brought political attention to 3D. As a matter of fact, we had the 20th final event in Brussels last May, and we had the presence of 10 ministers in charge of culture, the then Commissioner Breton, and many other high-level delegations. So we really think in this sense it was successful to bring 3D higher up in the agenda. So yeah, I will maybe stop here and also listen to your own views about it.
Yeah, thank you very much, really, because I think that it was worth to give an explanation to everyone and a recap of what TwinIt was. You already said TwinIt was a way to put there a sparkle, and let's see what this can be in the next future. But yes, let me be provocative and indeed ask that question that you are posing already. So what is the number that achieve in comparison with the numbers and figures that we need to achieve? I mean, this morning during the opening, Rihanna Swininger-Ladak already reminded us about the recommendation. Harry already pointed out that which are the figures, and that we are a little bit behind. It was quite generous, I think, on the percentage, but still we are still quite behind what we want to with what we want to achieve. And even this morning during the round table, because we know that the recommendation asks for high quality digitizations. Even this morning when we were asking to our speakers, and in particular to Gert Verhoeven, we asked what an high quality digitization is. Of course, it was a digitization that can be defined like an high quality only if connected to a specific purpose. If you are not connected to a specific purpose, we cannot say that is high quality, because it can be high quality for one purpose but not for another. So we still need to have in mind what we are digitizing for, and this is, I think that is up to us, not to the recommendation. But still, we define with this first round of questions a super nice framework of synergies across our project, but it is we can't say that we already solved everything. We have big challenges ahead of us, and in this sense, so in order to achieve those goals that we need to achieve, what do you think actually can be the main obstacle for achieving that? I mean, since Lorena was already explaining to us that we had a lesson learned from that experience. We saw in first person the need of institutions to be to have direct help for doing that, or having consultation, or having the chance to participate in one-to-one meeting or in webinars and so on and so forth. So what do you think was the most effective action that has been developed in this sense for overcoming the most pressing challenges, and which are the most pressing challenges that we need to overcome in order to achieve those figures? So if Lorena, you want to add something on that, and then we'll go through the table once again.
Sure, yes, thank you. So indeed, I think we all agree that the let's say tangible outcome of the TwinIt campaign, which were these 37 models, are not the real, are part of the success, but are not the whole story. I think TwinIt was definitely a learning process. So we were able to really pinpoint some of the main challenges that member states and cultural heritage institutions across Europe encounter when it comes to 3D digitization. We also created this shared sense of purpose, which I think was really important, bringing everybody working under the same topic, which is also related to this fragmentation of knowledge, but also of actors. So having this umbrella, this campaign as a thematic umbrella, was really useful in that sense. And I think some of the main learnings from the Twin It campaign in terms of challenges, some of them have already been mentioned before, but one very important one was really around reuse and licensing. So we really saw the need to enable, to promote, to build capacity around the reuse of 3D content. So throughout the campaign, we saw many challenges in assessing copyright and communicating accurate open reuse conditions for 3D models. In some cases, the underlying asset was in the public domain, but then their 3D digitization was subject to new copyright. So we really worked hand in hand with member states to assess the accuracy of the licensing and to make the materials as open as possible. So there's a resource that encapsulates all these learnings in a very useful way, and this is the report on 3D models and rights management by the European copyright community. So there you can really read more about the Twin It learnings in this area. But it's really important that we continue to raise awareness and to build capacity around the positive impacts of reuse, of communicating rights information, and strengthen 3D metadata and paradata in support of reuse. So actually, we are very happy to give you a sort of a sneak peek of what comes next. And we are already planning the next phase of the Twin It campaign, and we'll focus on reuse precisely to tackle this particular challenge. And this, of course, opens new windows of cooperation with 3D-4CH and with ECHOS as well. Another important challenge that emerged from Twin It was the need for a better understanding or a common understanding and prioritization of the categories put forward by the recommendation in the 3D digitization strategies and inventories in member states. So you know that the recommendation encourages member states to focus on heritage at risk, most visited sites and monuments, and under digitized cultural heritage. So we saw that these were actually very useful categories to prioritize, let's say, as a decision-making tool. But we also saw a general lack of understanding around these categories. So, of course, this opened many questions around what is heritage at risk, lack of definition of risk, and so on. But we really saw that an important challenge was the lack of single inventories or databases where member states kept track of heritage at risk. So this is something that the Competence Centre could provide support, and Harry already mentioned that. But we know that member states are facing challenges in collecting data and statistics in these categories. So in a way, it's important to continue increasing awareness about them and their use, and to incorporate them in national inventories, so that this can really support member states in their prioritization, comparing also data across member states, keep track of their progress against the recommendation, and so on. I pass over to my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Lorena, for that. I don't know if Ari want to add something more on that, or we want to ask to others.
Well, maybe two little things. Building on what Lorena said, I think the whole question about copyright and business models, I think, is something we collectively need to have a good position on. I think the reflex of it costs a lot of money, and it does, to do a proper 3D digitization. Therefore, we will slap new copyright on a public domain item, I think is not the right way to go. I think you need to follow some conceptual integrity there. But that doesn't alleviate us from the need to find good business models that also provide an incentive for these organizations who invest in it to also recuperate that money somewhere else. So that's one thing I'd like to I think it's a broad conversation we need to have together. And the second thing, I mean, when I gave a sneak peek, the Twinit sequel, let's say, will run. We'll really hope that we can get all of you on board on that. It will run through 3 presidencies, so the current one, Polish, Danish, and then it ends in the Cypriotic one in the first half of next year. So if there are people from those countries there and you can support us with that, I think we'd be very grateful if you get in touch. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ari, and I want to confirm our commitment in supporting you. So for sure, we are going to develop that initiatives all together, and we are on board, of course. So thank you very much also for this sneak peek. Continuing on building on this most pressing challenges that you are already underlining. For instance, one of them was the, as Lorena mentioned, the repository for instance. I was wondering if how the ECOS project is also tackling that part. As the collaborative cloud, they could have same challenges. So I would ask to Xavier if he can build on that.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure it's not easy to make an hierarchy of the challenges because as you know, we have started the ECOS project at the 1st of June, so it's only 6 months. We have 5 years to set up the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage, and of course for that we are to make it sustainable for the future. And of course we are facing for a lot of pressing challenges. But if I try again to highlight maybe two main challenges, actual challenges, there is probably one more time two things that we have already discussed. And Roberto said about the question of interoperability and also the question of community, and it's probably the two main challenges: capacity building and ensuring interconnection and interoperability for the data, tools and resources for the Cultural Heritage Cloud are two of top priorities. When you talk about high quality model and high quality digitalization, of course it's a priority, but we need also to think on the high quality of knowledge behind the model. And so for that, with regard to interoperability, the ECOS overall approach is based on inclusiveness, extensibility, flexibility, quality, privacy, and so on. To address the challenge, we take a decentralized approach to enable agility, autonomy, and scalability of both data and application ecosystems. In this approach, the ownership and management of specific data sets and application stay at the level of its stakeholders. And at the same time, ECOS will provide the technical framework to simulate collaboration, SEO technical interconnection, and provide the single entry point for the Cultural Heritage Cloud platform. For archiving this vision, stakeholders, procurement, and professional still are key factor to archive high-quality digitization, but also high-quality knowledge. And the first step is to address this challenge. The first step to address The challenge is to understand the requirements of the cultural heritage communities that include researchers, conservators, archivists, computer scientists, technologists, museographers, and so on, to shape services and tools for them, with them and for them. To map the communities and their needs, we have prepared an open ECOS consultation to be realized in the following days. This consultation will include a survey, workshop, interviews, and participation in existing federative events in collaboration with our many members that are umbrella organizations. In the partnership of ECOS, we have around 15 umbrella organizations, and we represent more than 1,000 institutions in Europe, and a variety of disciplines across all sectors. We would like to encourage you to participate in this consultation and widely share it with your peers, of course. Another aspect is that we aim to identify from this mapping of communities is the training needs and the resources that they are already available and that could be used directly, reused, improved through the cloud. So indeed, one more time, the challenge is not to create everything, but to share and to put together in the cloud what is already exists. Thanks to the result of the ECOS consultation, we were able to create a strategy for developing sustainable capacity building resourcing, including, of course, 3D digitization with your help.
Thank you very much, Javier, and thank you very much also for concluding talking about this capacity building topic, because it's quite important. So now I would like to come to Roberto talking about these challenges. I mean, this morning in the other roundtable, we were talking about the fact that we need both to, when we are talking about 3D, for instance, that is our own specific topic, we need to be aware that we need to convince institutions that are not still using 3D to start using it, but we also need to be aware that when we are doing that, we need to do that in the best ways possible, in the sense that we need to be honest and show what they can achieve, in which terms. And so we need to not overpromise. We need to guide them really honestly through this process. So we are really committed to develop training programs, workshops, events, in order to show realistically what can be achieved when you can do something in-house, when you need to count on external experts and so on and so forth. So building on that, I would like to ask Roberto which was the most pressing challenge in this context while developing indeed all the action of 4CH in order to build on that for the next future.
Oh yeah, I think that we were talking about several types of challenges that we have to face, but at the end of the day, and coming back to the one big push that we received in 2021, the recommendation of November, it was the starting point that was related to some tragic events. But what was the point where all the challenges seem to converge? To digitize many sites as possible, selecting the priorities, to define the quality standards in relation to the goal, and again, the best quality as possible, to determine the shortest possible time for doing that, and defining the requirements and the rules for making this digitized sites. These digital assets should be related for being accessible, interoperable, to be shared, able to be shared, and usable from all the types of stakeholders and the users. So the number in the recommendation was terrifying, because it was expressed in terms of millions of digital assets to be implemented or reused, but sometimes implemented because the focus was to the heritage, cultural heritage and the risks. So again, the Twinit initiative gave us something to use we can learn again from this experience. Aldana said that we collected 36 assets, existing assets, and the very strong work that what was implemented was related to the reorganization and adaptation of the assets for this collection, this small collection, considering that we are talking in terms of millions. But it have taken some months. So this experience, I think, that give us a measure for the gaps between what is feasible, what we must do, of course, and the gaps between the member states in terms of literacy in digital things, and the strategy and the direction of the strategy and the policies that should be followed for facing this challenge, this big, the mother of challenges. I think that an approach that was studied in 4CH and was discussed was related to the necessity to have a multi-level and scalable approach to this challenge, because we were talking about it in the other speeches. We need to hold the high level of quality, but we also need to look at the real needs of the majority of cultural institution that has a level of literacy in terms of digital assets, digital things that is not so developed. So this is I think the main challenge is to bridge a lot of gaps, and the role, the aim, and the challenge of this project, but also of the other sister projects that make work in synergy, is to define how to balance these two levels, how to be able to apply a scalable strategy in the collection of existing, in the use of existing assets, in the implementation of the new ones, in the application of the new technologies, and trying to maintain this balance between the high quality but feasibility, analysis of feasibility, and staying in the real world and looking at the real needs of the cultural heritage institution and field in general.
Thank you very much, Roberto. And I think that we touched upon different topics in answering these questions. In order to build on some of the points that we were mentioning the challenge of the repository. We were mentioning the challenge of what high quality means, defining the different categories that need to be digitized, and also bring everything to the cultural heritage institution that then need to somehow perform the digitization of their assets. 36 models took quite some months in order to be provided. And most of the challenges has been solved during this process. One thing that we noticed, and then I tried to put together indeed some elements. One of the challenges that we noticed, and that has been defined also as the elephant in the room sometimes, is that most of the times cultural heritage institutions still rely on infrastructures for publish and share 3D data that are not European infrastructures. In the past few days, since this event is within the framework of the 3D-4CH first meeting, but of course we have an entire week of kickoff meetings, and we also had the kickoff meeting of one of the supporting projects of the data space already, that is called 3D data space. And within that project, we were mentioning that there are already 50,000 models that are available and that can be reach the data space. We do know that we have several models into our own repositories that we could further exploit, but still, most of the time, also technical challenges are quite difficult to overcome. So, just to make the name of that elephant in the room, most of the 3D models, also during the Twinit campaign, were also aggregated by the use of Sketchfab, that still is a publishing and sharing platform, and that's more than fine. I mean, we do not have to confuse which is the difference between a storing platform and a publishing and share platform. But that said, since we could actually say that cultural heritage is one of the topics in which Europe is on the edge, actually. So regarding this topic of technological independence and data sovereignty, I mean, what's your position on that? How we need to tackle also these challenges? Because I do think that understanding, and it has been mentioned interoperability, data exchange, I mean, it has been standardization. Those are all topics that we were mentioning. This morning, Rihanna Swininger-Laddak already told us that we need to avoid to put data into silos that are divided, and so we need to understand how to standardize things and put all together our knowledge, because now it is a matter of putting together our knowledge. Is this topic of technological independence and data sovereignty something that you feel is relevant, and how would you like to prioritize this topic in the context of giving to cultural heritage institution the freedom of choice of tools for assessing 3D data? I do not have a precise order, so please feel free to stand up. Who goes first?
I'm already standing up. Maybe
Please,
I'll start. Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting how you sketched the landscape here, right? So on the one hand, we have in the data space under 10,000 3D assets. Well, there seems to be in repositories scattered across Europe. I mentioned 26,000, you mentioned 50,000. Who knows what we'll end up with at the end of the day. There's lots out there, but they seem to be in enclosed silos at the moment, either not able to present them well or some other form of a blocker. So you mentioned, the repositories have different functions, right? On the one hand, it's storage, and on the other hand, it's also display. there's one very big, basically monopoly on that, which is called Sketchfab, who does both, and it does it pretty well. We know, so this is besides the point of being technologically independent. They're changing their business model, right? It used to be free to upload your cultural heritage data there. That's going to stop. So that creates an added layer of urgency to move away from it. Now, I think what we want is, first of all, not to be dependent on one single actor, right? Which is sort of the tendency that you see in platformization across the board. The European model that is being presented and deployed at the moment is based on the idea of let's decentralize all that. Let's make all that data available at source, right? That's the sovereignty part, the autonomy part. That's the conceptual, ideological level behind it. And I think that we could also think of it that way when we think about other storage and representation facilities. So let's not try to build a European sketchfab, I would say. Let's see what's already available. And there are two projects that do that already pretty well, the way I understand it. Eureka 3D, a project that has recently ended, but it will have a next life as European. Eureka 3D XR, right? They have a data hub that fulfills that function on a smaller scale, but nevertheless, I think it's a really good example of sort of a decentralized model. The other one I'd like to mention is 3D Weaver platform, also a project that ran for a couple of years, was developed by ArcTour in Slovenia, supercomputing center. And I think it's already being deployed also in the data space for tourism, if I'm not mistaken. So these are two really good examples of where we already have assets that cultural heritage institutions could choose to be using. Our job could be to scale that up, to help it scale up, finding the business model for it, making sure it's known, that there's awareness around it, and maybe also provide others alternatives for this. So that to me would be the answer, the European answer to the monolithic version that Sketchfab is today, is to start looking for a variety of options to solve our issue.
Thank you very much, Harry. I do not force the end now, but would you agree if we want to say that for the next future, for the continuation of the Twin campaign, we absolutely have to work also on that specific topic and show the variety that we can have in this sense?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. I think we're still designing the Twin campaign. I think the beauty of it was that it had some form of simplicity, but on the back of that, I think there's a capacity building effort that it absolutely needs to include all of this.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was just a kind of suggestion that was coming just out of the top of my mind. So thank you very much. Xavier, would you like to build on that?
Yes, of course. The question of sovereignty is very relevant for this. For all of our initiative. And as say Harry, we don't need to we must be very carefully to don't have only one way for repository or for technical dependencies or something like this. ECOS was created as a response of the urgent needs highlighted by the ex-ante impact assessment report on the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage. According to the report, the sustainability of the cloud infrastructure and on the data will be connected to a political vision of privileging sovereignty over European cultural heritage data through robust, trusted infrastructure in line with the European Research Infrastructure Roadmap. We duly identified infrastructures at the national level, which are already display a variety of archival services on policies. It is also for this reason that ECOS strives to support a truly European cultural identity while preserving its national and regional building blocks. Additionally, the European Collaborative Cloud for Cultural Heritage infrastructure being built by ECOS will ensure that data and metadata uploaded to generated in the cloud on its tools and services adhere to the relevant European regulation and national legal framework, of course. We plan to provide an environment where the data owner will be able to define the desirable level of openness, the accessibility restriction that might be deemed necessary, and what happens with the derivate works. Searching to find data with specific or no restrictions will be one of the offered services of ECOS, as well providing usability of data and services. So in this way, our vision of the infrastructure is as a distributed infrastructure, as well as the technical part, but also the policy organization, and with the introduction of a single entry point, which makes the cultural heritage cloud the primary way for accessing cultural heritage data, tools, and services for the whole of the stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Xavier, for depicting what you are going how you are going to approach this topic. I think is super relevant. And yeah, we are just heading to the end of our session, actually. I could stay here much more time in order to discuss all these topics with you for sure. But just some last comments. I do not know if Lorena or Roberto want to add something on this topic of technological independence and data sovereignty. Yeah,
advisory board connected is going to say something.
If you want to say something now, and then I will ask you. Okay. If Lorena wants to add something?
Just from the practical perspective of Twinit, I think this was one of the main learnings as well. Actually, after the campaign, we published a Twinit call to action, which outlines 7 main challenges and recommendations. And this was, of course, one among these points. So really, the need to develop sustainable, interoperable European platforms for archiving and hosting 3D. So this was made very clear, at least in these 37 models, the reliance on Sketchfab. So definitely something to continue exploring.
Thank you very much, Lorena. I was just looking if we have questions from online audience. Seems not, but please feel free to ask questions to our audience. But I see that there are some questions in the room, so I kindly ask to give the microphone to our guests here, just in order to participate in these last 50 minutes to the conversation. So, question is coming. Just 1 second, we are just switching on the microphones. Okay, so please.
Yes, testing. Thank you so much for a great panel. I have 2 small elephants to bring to the room. This is Rasa Bachita from Sound and Vision. I realized that I'm one of the few heritage professionals who actually work in a organization with collections and a digitization workflow in this room, so I'll try to bring a bit of that perspective. My first elephant is the fact that we can throw all the resources in building capacity, and they will go to waste if there is no innovation and learning culture within the individual organizations. And I'm not sure if there is an organization or kind of a body or one of our competence centers that's focusing on this aspect. So that's one element. The second element is that, how to phrase this? Give me a second. Currently, heritage organizations are probably facing 15 different directions of innovation pressures. We need to decolonize, we need to decarbonize, we need to do digitization, we need to do all these different things at the same time. All of them are equally important and equally urgent, and we need to do them at the same time with the same amount of resources or even with a smaller amount of resources. So I know that there is no easy answer to this, but my question to you all is whether you see any role of kind of all of these big competence centers, all of these big overarching initiatives that we have in the room right now, and actually playing a role in alleviating some of these pressures or finding other models to actually build capacities in the sector. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this to this question. We have yeah, it was just one question. He didn't understand who was speaking.
This is Rasa Bachita from the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. And yeah, I do not know who want to take lead for answering that. I would say that in the end it was just almost one single question in the sense that we have pressing needs. We need to understand how to tackle those, and I think that the culture of innovation is indeed one of the way for understanding how to answer, how to prioritize those, how to tackle multiple challenges at the same time. But yes, there is a big need for giving an answer to that. I do not have right now a current answer because this is widening really the field. As a competence center for 3D, of course, we are focusing on 3D, but at the same time, as all the speakers were saying before when they were saying to connect with other data spaces, with other initiatives, and so on and so forth, of course, it's kind of up to us. It seems like that should be a kind of a bottom-up approach in order to understand how to create a synergy. I do not know. I don't feel that there is a kind of overall competence center that can give you an answer like a top-down approach, but I think that we need all together to build it bottom-up. This is my 2 cents on that, but yeah, please, Harry.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Raja, for that provoking question. I think that's really, really relevant. I think we're all at risk of running our programs, ticking up the boxes, getting very deeply immersed in work package 1, work package 2, work package 3, and still not achieving what we want to collectively achieve. Your second element about how can we do all this? There are 10,000 different priorities. How do you make sense of that? Very difficult, I find, to answer. We're all suffering from it. I would say, though, that the culture of learning that you mentioned, I think that is something that we can do something about. I think this is, to me, where the community work comes in. The European Network Association is a community of, well, you know it very well, 5,000 people. They are there. They're a learning community. I think that's how I would describe it. Usually, middle managers, the innovators within organizations would find a home there. They would find peers to learn from. And I'm hoping that they then bring that back to their own organizations, that culture of learning. We won't find the answers just on the street. It will be something that we need to tap into our collective knowledge for and organize that and hopefully bring that back into our own organizations. I think that's the best answer I can give you for now. But I really agree. Finding the change model in a learning environment, I think, will be absolutely key. Just throwing money at it or projects will not solve the issue.
Thank you very
Maybe,
much, Ali. Yeah, please, Javier.
Yeah, maybe just to add something, I totally agree with the vision of that we need to build something, as you say, Marco, from a more bottom-up. I have not the precise answer to this large, wide question on very relevant interrogation. But I'm also totally agree with Ari with the importance of the involvement of the communities. And what I can say is that the vision that we have for the cloud is not a technical vision, only a technical vision. Is we aim to build something as a socio-technical ecosystem, and it's very important to understand that the collaborative cloud, and in this name is collaborative, we need to build it with the community and for the communities. We start the roundtable about the synergy, and one of the main synergy of the different initiatives is to build something from the community needs driven, to understand what is the needs from the communities, and to build the systems, the ecosystems, the digital tools, and so on with the communities.
Thank you very much, Xavier, for trying to give an answer. I mean, we are all making tentative, I think, but as said, since it should be kind of bottom-up approach, it is really nice to have all of us committed to understand how to do that. I don't know if there are any other questions by our audience online or here in the room. No more questions. So, since there are no more questions, I'd like to change the screen I'm sharing right now. So, here, and for the last few seconds, I'm putting here a link to a Mentimeter that we created for this. Thanks to our colleagues from TMO, we had this Mentimeter just to give some answer and short feedback on the event that we had today. I'll leave it just a few seconds more, and then we will start. Let's try to... Okay. Okay, fine. The question is, what was the most useful part of this workshop? Give our audience a second to provide feedback. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's a kind of complex question. It takes time to provide answers. So, someone who's saying that first keynote of this morning, Gert, you got a lot of appreciation this morning. To know each other, the round table, lots of good ideas. Now we need to work, you're right, moving away from Sketchfab. So we were a little bit more gentle in saying that, but yeah. Seeing the synergies between the various initiatives in 3D, meeting people, I don't know if other comments are still coming. We have 10 responses. Some appreciation. Still see people writing in the room. I don't know if, yeah. Don't use new digital camera in photogrammetry. Gert, you were actually the top of the speakers, yeah. So you did a great job. So a lot of appreciation. To meet each other, to know each other, so yeah, super good. Thank you very much. So let's go to the next question. If there anything you wish we talked more about? I mean, this morning the keynote speech by Gert was actually super technical, so we had a super appreciation for a really technical keynote speech. I mean, of course, it is just 10 answers, but after those, we can already say that there is actually the need of working on something like you were mentioning in order to give an overview, and when we were actually saying that we need to teach to cultural heritage institution to do things properly. I think that your keynote is kind of highlighting in this sense. No answer for this one? Is there anything you wish we talk more about? So, if no one, oh, okay. Open repositories, we were getting there. Standards, lack of easy funding, quality, yeah. Localization versus unveil, data license. I mean, that also both Lorena and Xavier were building on that topic, yeah. But maybe we need to do even more. Practical needs of CSIs. That's right. I mean, if we want to achieve those numbers that we want to achieve, we need to understand which are the practical needs of CSIs in order to give practical answers. Measuring 3D usefulness, long-term digital preservation. Yeah, so thank you very much for providing these feedbacks. I mean, it's super great having also the participation from the audience in this sense. AI also, yeah, they are. I mean, we are going to save those feedbacks and try to summarize those and tackle those elements in our next events, because are super good suggestions. So I think we are pretty on time, 4 p.m., so basically as scheduled. I would like to thank again all the speakers for joining. I do not see Harry anymore.
He had to leave to another meeting, but
okay.
he's sending his greetings, and I'm also happy to represent Europeana on your screen.
Thank you very much for dedicating all this time to our panel. So thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Lorena. Say also hi to Harry. Thank you very much, Xavier. I think that we created a wonderful event, and I'd like to follow up with all of you on that. And so we'll try to organize something similar in the next future. So thank you very much. We'll keep in touch. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto, also.
I hope you will enjoy the Dolomites as well as a follow-up to this meeting.
We still have to work for a few days more, but then we are going to enjoy also Dolomites. Thank you very much, and see you very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.